Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, June the 30th, last day of June. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. And yes, SLS has turned into a beautiful short, guys. Now, I have to admit, remember yesterday I was talking about some of these bios, the bios that really seem to collapse are the cheaper ones, but I've seen this one in the past. They came out with some data some news this morning. I think it's phase 1, phase 2. And I said, I just didn't trust it. So anyway, here it is. There's the short at 1780. I've covered most of it in the 1620s and have a little bit left. We'll just see if it wants to have a further collapse. But yeah, it's kind of fortunate because some of the earlier ones I missed. But this one popped right here. What was the time? It popped at 8 o'clock, I think. Yeah, sorry, 8:54. Yeah, 8:54. So as I was doing my pre-market work, this just appeared on my screen. I went, okay, let's take a look. And it's still going down. All right, now let's take a look. There are other things happening. So POW, P-O-W-W, POW is actually an earnings play. This was the trade of the week last week. It's produced very well. The trigger was 801 last week, so it is still in play if you held it. Earnings after hours yesterday, I guess, and there's a reaction. So it is still looking pretty good, P-O-W-W. By the way, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, you know I kept nagging at you guys about the PBTS. I hope some of you took it. We were talking about it breaking 205, and it did a couple of times, and then finally when it really broke it, look what happened. I ended up taking this trade right in this area here. I think it was just around 240. And man, was I rewarded right after hours. Look what it did. I got out of it, but what a nice move after hours. Is this yeah, it's 4:15. What a great move. So if you were in the room, you heard me talking about this probably for 2 hours on the PBTS. No, William, you can't do that. You need to be around all day long. C-U-E-N. C-U-E-N, gap up, shared Wi-Fi 6 network. This is the news for C-U-E-N, and this is a low float. 10 million have traded already. So this will trade the float multiple times today. It's already over 2. Okay, they're a U.S. company, C-U-E-N. There might be some resistance right around this 8 level. Meanwhile, yeah, space. Boy, I mean, 2 days ago, what was this? 60, almost $70? Sorry, almost $60. Yesterday, it was almost $60. So Bank of America, yeah, they put, I don't know about Vicky, but they put a $41 price target on it. Just notice that's this morning. There's their price target on space, SPCE. OCUP, I think it's giving up most of its gains. Now there's one, for instance, that, excuse me, that I could have shorted. But I just didn't see it in time. But OCUP, and then phase 2. You could write a book on this, guys. I mean, these bios releasing in the pre-market, if it says phase 1 or 2, you know, nothing is 100%, but so many times they just fade. So if you have shorts available, it's almost, it's a neat little strategy. Here's another one. Let's see if it is faded. DARE, D-A-R-E. DARE, not quite. It was up to 221. So this is still hanging in there. But again, it's just phase 1. It's just phase 1 data. ASTS. ASTS. This is a is this satellite play? Okay, so I'm wondering if this is kind of piggybacking on the other one that I mentioned, the CUEN. I don't see any. Okay, after Deutsche Bank initiated coverage, let's see what if they put a price target. Ha! All right, why not? So Deutsche Bank initiating coverage and has put a $35 price target on it. All right, so that is ASTS. Looks like this was an IPO back here. VTNR. This is an asset sale. VTNR. $140 million, I think, yeah, $140 million asset sale. Happened after hours, obviously. There's a reaction. Kind of holding. It's not a low float, not a high float. 36 million in the float. So it could be interesting once this market opens to see what it does. This is shortable for me, so I have to watch that also. Oh, sorry, Grant. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. There you go. Okay, thank you. ASTS. Okay, thank you, Zach. Let's see what sort of... was this an IPO or is this one of these symbol name changes? Yeah, you're stealing my thunder, Pitbull. You know, I don't often take a look at the Pink Shade stocks, but this has some name brand recognition. So there's a Lucan Coffee, guys, LKNCY, Pink Shade stock. They did have some news today. Basically a restatement of all of their financial data. That's what killed them in the first place. So they're doing they've done a restatement. So this has put a little charge into the stock, a little bit like, well, not the same. I mean, Hertz was never accused of fraud, I don't believe. But, you know, Hertz and these two are, you know, known pink sheet stocks in terms of at least they've got some brand name record, obviously Hertz, and to a lesser extent Lucan. But you know, if you remember when this came out, this was supposed to be the Starbucks of China when they launched. And this was another one that I was looking at. I don't know if it's fallen yet. STRM. This is another little bio. Yeah, this. You know, there's another one that I was looking at shorting. STRM. It's not a bio. Well, you know, I guess if I really stretch it out, healthcare organizations, but that is Streamline, and they did have some news. A contract was signed, so I guess technically it's not a bio, but it certainly has faded from that 235 down to 2. Verb was, I think, active yesterday. So it looks like it's still active. Verb, VERB, and yeah, it was active, very active yesterday, and it is still active today. 54 million in the float. Not sure I see any specific. I mean, yesterday's run was because Ascendient. I don't know who they are. Ascendient Capital initiated a coverage on the stock with a $4 price target. So that's what happened yesterday, and a little continuation today for Verb. NTLA, guys, the CRISPR gene editing, etc., that had the huge news 2 days ago, I think. Yeah, that was on, that was Monday. There's two. Yeah, this is yesterday's candle. Sorry. So this is still yesterday's daily candle. We're Wednesday now, right? Okay, so that was Monday's news. Huge, huge news. And then it had a nice follow through day. And it is kind of continuing because yesterday it closed. Remember, this is yesterday's daily candle. So closed at around 152. So it's a little bit above it. Czech is down. CHEK is down. Big financing. Getting just slapped here. Look at this, down 28%. Financing's at $1.35, so it's below the financing price. And BRQS, I saw this one after hours yesterday. This was a sub $1 stock yesterday. I believe it's above $1 now. BRQS. Look at this. So this is where it closed yesterday. It closed virtually right at $1. No, 99. Okay, 0.9979 officially. And now today it is popping through that 200-day moving average. What a run! And it's China stock. So we saw a lot of those yesterday. Some of these China stocks that didn't really seem to have any specific news on them, but again, in its computer systems, design service, software publishers, this was just a big sector yesterday. And nothing's happened with this one, I think, but Bed Bath and Beyond had earnings today. Or after hours. I'm not sure if it's after hours or this morning. Probably it was this morning. But no reaction. Well, a little bit of reaction. It's up 2%. Now, again, this was a Reddit stock. I don't know if they're going to get a hold of it today. Yeah, a little bit of a relief, Roberg. A little bit of a relief. Thank you, though. Blinn, I don't know. Again, I think it was just moving higher with no news, with a lot of the, see, this is what I'm saying, software publishers, computer, data, it seemed to be all lumped into this, this sector. They were all moving higher yesterday. And I didn't see any specific news. All right, guys, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, not too many upgrades, a few more downgrades, but certainly not a huge number of each. Okay, there are your upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Okay, I see PHM is downgraded by Goldman. Take a look at that one just to see what's anything interesting happening for PHM. Okay, let's take a look at PHM just for fun to see if there's any reaction to the Goldman downgrade this morning. This is a housing, so no real reaction yet, but there is there is a downgrade for PHM by Goldman. I did see the downgrade for APP, yes. So Blinn is on the watch list. We'll see what happens once the market opens. Again, I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific reason for this one to be up. Give me a moment here, please. I just have to make an adjustment to one of my scans. All right, guys. What time is it? 9:21, so getting closer to the open. Here's another one that gapped up, guys. AVIR. This actually could be interesting. Excuse me, AVIR. Why could it be interesting? Well, look at the monthly chart. And the high in the monthly chart is 27.21, okay, on this month. So we're not that far away. The previous month's high was 25. So you can kind of see that if we can take out 20, what was that? What did I say? 27.21. So I'm going to stick a price alert in at 27.21. Okay, which will take out this month's high. But more importantly, I mean, just look left. Look what could happen. Start to fill in this void. All right, so let's, and again, I'm not saying that if it, just a minute, please. All right, guys, trying to get rid of this catch in my throat. Yeah, so I'm not saying if it hits 27.21, I just pile into the trade, but I certainly want to know about it if it happens. Kind of like the PBTS yesterday, you know? Nagged at you guys on that 205 for probably a couple of hours. You know, I'm not saying it was easy. I mean, because it took a run at 205 a couple of times, but once it really cleared it, I mean, it was off to the races. And no, the beta's not out. Haha. No, the beta's not out yet. And let's see, what time is it? 9:24. So before I get rolling, I do want to just pop this into both rooms, okay? So we do have a promo on now for 4th of July. And here it is. So there is the, whoops. There is the promo code to use. Give me a moment as I pop that into our YouTube room also. All right, so there's the promo code. Probably good till, well, for sure, I would say Monday night. Okay, there it is. Happy 4th for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And there's the promo code to use. Happy 4th. Make sure you capitalize every letter. How many degrees? It's definitely it's what we would call right now in Vancouver. It would be warm, okay, unseasonably warm, but as opposed to insanely hot. How's that? It's bearable now. It's getting more bearable now. Without getting too graphic, I can actually wear a shirt today. Okay, guys, let's see if anything else is. I see Clover, CLOV. This has been a Reddit favorite for a while. Not really doing too much. I mean, it's up 3%, but you know, I mean, if this gets going, takes out that pre-market high. What it would really have to take out here is around that 1510 mark. Again, I don't think it's going to happen today, but you know, if it takes out that 1510 mark, I mean, look left, it's got a ton of room. Again, it's all a Reddit play, Wall Street bets play, meme stock, whatever you want to call it. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what the market is doing. Market is going to it's going to have a bit of a soft open. Kind of a blah day yesterday. Indices really didn't change much. All right, I do want to get set for this open, so just loading the scans that I use in the pre-market. And I swear I'll take every one of them today. The unusually strong option scan. We'll see what happens. I'm hearing ATOS. Is that on the good side or the downside? On the downside. ATOS on the downside. 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares. Why not? So CUEN, definitely, it was dragged along yesterday, I believe. With the rest of them. And again, it's that low float. No news. Sorry, there is news. That's right. This is the Wi-Fi 6 networks. So let's just take a look at this news. Okay, so, excuse me. WaveMax to implement the world's first shared Wi-Fi 6 network. Signed a contract to roll out shared Fi in 170 test locations in the New York tri-state area. Okay, so, I mean, there is news. Now, I'm waiting for Peter to say it's bogus. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's what the market is telling us right now. Just a minute, guys. Only in their stores? I don't know. I don't know how to read that. Rollout in 170 test locations in the New York tri-state area. That's, at any rate, not shortable for me. 10 seconds? You're right. Okay, guys, snuck up on me. So have a great trading day, everybody. We're going to open 2, 1, boom. We are now open. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. Let's see what happens. Oh, man. Almost forgot I still had some of this short left. Oh, wow. Okay, good night, everybody. Back to bed. I mean, look at this SLS. I showed it up here at just under 17. Sorry, under 18. Covered some down at around the 16 level. Held some just in case. All right, guys, this is the one. This is AVIR. I said I'd put a price alert. I also said just because it would hit the price alert, I'm not going to pile into the stock. But, you know, now we know this could, I mean, look at the potential run it could go on. Not just today, but multi-day. Now, I have detail. What do I have detail? This is from yesterday, a price alert I had yesterday for detail. Is Zila a buy? Somebody said they did a financing, so you have to, I don't know what the financing price is. All I see is at the market equity offering, so I don't know what the price. I don't know what the pricing is. All right, well, Blinn, not shortable for me, so I can't even. And it probably just got halted. Well, be careful here, Zach. I mean, 539, so it just got halted. There's the pre-market high. So I'm just looking here. Stacking up right now at 564, 564. Meanwhile, a little grammar lesson here, guys. Verb is on the move here. So I don't know who this Ascendant is. I don't think I've really heard of them before. But anyway, they put a price target of $4 on them yesterday. A decent reaction. But look at this. I don't see any other news on it. It's not a super low float, 54 million in the float. But again, guys, as always, it's early. It's early. All right, ASTS, a lot of volume coming in. ASTS, look at that 15-minute candle. Look at that 15-minute candle. You know, this will more than likely trade the float today. 39 million in the float. It's traded almost 5 million already in the first 2.5, 3 minutes. So this will more than likely trade the float easily today. And, you know, look at some of our high flyers from yesterday, the PBTS, the BSQR. There's DARE going down, guys. DARE. I think I've missed the boat on this one. DARE. I think I've missed it. Yeah. Would have liked to have got it. I don't know how much. I mean, it's $1.60 is probably a support level. And that would basically take it to its close of yesterday. Ew, I didn't really see this alt this morning. Wow, what a kicking. Is it doing a financing? No, they are not. Aha! So this was one of the big COVID plays, and they're abandoning it now. Obesity and liver programs now, so they are. So no longer a COVID play. All right. Well, look, Zila bounced. I just don't know what the pricing was. It's a great bounce for Zila, XELA. I just don't know what the pricing is. I don't. Does anybody know what the pricing of their financing is? All I see is the completion of $100 million, but I don't see a pricing. No, no, this is a pink sheet stock. Wow. I wonder if I have a way to. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can. Oh, wait a minute. ATOS is just really, really sinking now. Is it? Are you talking about Zila, Ija, or are you talking about ATOS now? I know Zila has the offering, but I just don't know what the price is. Yeah, you're talking about you're talking about Excella. Yeah, 150 million, but I just don't see a price. All right, Blinn. Just opened. All right, CUEN is still interesting, guys. I mean, it had a bit of a pullback, but not dramatic yet. Now the issue here is, what did it get to today? It got up to what, 875? I mean, in theory, it would still have some room. 984 to 10. Okay. Yeah, we just had another halt here. There we go. IPW just got halted. Ooh, so this again. I wish I knew more. I don't know if this is. I don't think this is an IPO. Probably a symbol name change. But I could be wrong. Well, Blinn is still doesn't trade options, so it would not show up in the option scanner. Well, let's see what the market is doing. So here's the opening 15-minute candle. Okay, it hasn't closed yet, of course. Another little over 5.5 minutes to go. So we have a little disconnect, just a little one. The Dow is up, SPY is up, and Tech is down. Okay, just a little disconnect going on. You know what? Why don't I just take a look at, it's not quite the heat map, but take a look at the sectors right now as we open. See if we can spot any kind of a trend. Here's the sector status. You can have this. Remember, it is part of it's the sector status channel in your toolbar from the channel bar. But remember, it's a layout, so you couldn't have your layout loaded at the same time. But let's just take a look at the sectors, as we speak, okay? So the most positive sector right now looks like consumer staples, 90% are up. The most negative one looks like technology. Right now, okay? Actually, I'm wrong. Energy is the most positive side. There's only like 95 or up. Real estate is up. Okay, so this is at a glance as we're starting. We're only 10 minutes into today. All right, GNLN. What are you? Wholesale trade agents and brokers, okay? You know what? I don't really think I saw this one yesterday. What a day it had, though. I mean, yeah, great day through the 200-day moving average. Continuation now today. Has room on that weekly chart to maybe 6, so it doesn't have a ton of room left, but definitely, kind of interesting. 50 times normal in terms of volume. It's a relatively low float, 15.9 in the float. Nothing from the option scanner yet. Yeah, that was a wow. I mean, 5 minute, 2 minute chart got up to 929, pulled right back down to 7. That's a big. You got to be careful, right off the bat. You can get really roped into chasing these high flyers, thinking they've settled down and they're just going to keep going. But even if we wait a little bit, this has room. I mean, I'll be astounded if it can take out 10 today. Because you just look here on the weekly chart, all this action right here around 10. So I would be astounded. All right, IPW just opened. I saw that's HCM. I saw that in the pre-market. It's a China play. It was just out of the price range I like to trade, but yeah, I mean now it's almost an all-time high. Is that the all-time high over here, 39.68? That's probably the all-time high right over here in 2018. Yikes. Well, I hope you got out of your, I don't know what you're doing with this blend now, Zach, but huge day for WEI yesterday, WEI, another huge day. Look at it took out the 200-day moving average. And, again, it looks like it wants to continue somewhat. Again, I look left on the weekly chart, probably 250, could be a block. So low float, 24 million in the float. A lot of action already. Somebody mentioned WOW, W-O-W. Yeah, that's a great gap on the daily. SPY is still strong after the first 15-minute candle. Still nothing from the option scanner. You might want to keep an eye on QH. QH is another one. China stock had a great day yesterday. Maybe coming into some resistance now. If it can break through that 450 mark, it has a shot to get to the 5 level. Meanwhile, WEI Well, I think I've missed my entry if I wanted to. It certainly would have been a bit of a chase. Meanwhile, HIMX, haven't seen that one for a bit. HIMX, not a low float. Where are they out of? Taiwan, okay. So HIMX, next high looking left on that monthly chart is around 1786. That looks like an all-time high. Ah, all right, guys. Well, you do see that the option scanner picked up alt. Let's see what happens. Now, one of the things, fudging a little bit here, guys, okay? This is down huge for the day. Now, there was a time where I thought I should add a filter to make sure that things were up for the day. So I'd be a little wary of this one right now to begin with, okay? Because it is down so much for the day. So if you understand what I'm saying, I was toying with the idea of putting a filter here to make sure that if anything came in the option scanner, it had to be up for the day. But we'll see what happens with this alt. You added a put call ratio? Okay. Probably not a bad idea. Let me know, did you change anything else? Because let me know what sort of alerts you're getting from it. Are you getting the same ones I'm getting? Meanwhile, IPW continues here, guys. Wow, IPW, I mean, this is an all-time high if we can believe this is an IPO, which I'm not 100% sold on it, but it may be an IPO. Okay, so you see what happened with the alt guys. So, I was going to do it, but I held off just when I saw, of course, I knew it was down for the day. We'd seen that in the pre-market. The only thing I'll do on it is maybe just stick another alert later on. If it does somehow take it out later on, maybe I'll get interested. So I'm going to put an alert at 11:35. All right, let's see if this big bottoming tail means anything for the alt. It's an earnings play, as you know. I know you know that. Let's see if they weren't really doing too much with it. Yeah, it's got to be now. They weren't doing anything with it early. It was just sort of resting. It was hardly budged. But now that, yeah, I'm sure this is now. as you say, WSB play. Certainly has been in the past. Holy smokes, guys, SLS. I don't have very much of it left, but man, what a great short. If I do say so myself, this has gone negative. Not only did I think that might hold, well, maybe the support area, it's actually gone negative. Oh yeah, I mean we've seen that. I want to say for years now. You know, I used to just call them the biofizzles without really, getting too involved in them. But I mean, the biofizzles. I mean, it's just. I was just lucky on that one because some of the other ones that were pretty good were, earlier than when I was really watching them, and that just happened to happen. I think at 9 o'clock. All right, guys. ASTS. Thank you, Willem. ASTS. All-time high? No, sorry, not all-time high. But so this is obviously not an IPO. I don't know what it is. Okay, I'm looking at our position in lifetime range. And if this were truly an IPO here, this would be obviously a lifetime high. So it is not. Ooh, IPW. This is the maybe going to be the super crazy one for today. 14 million in the float. Now this is shortable for those of you with interactive brokers. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. I think I read your note a little while ago, Zach, that you were covered your position in Blend. I hope I read that right. Of course, Zach can't hear me. Oh, you can, okay. Oh, I see. Actually, the AI decided to short ASTS. Not too bad to start. Be careful because I mean it's it's flying high, of course. All right, so I'm watching this ALT a little more closely. We have some bottoming tails here. I mean, there's uncertainty. I mean, look at the big topping tail up here, bottoming tail here, but we have a couple of bottoming tails. But, for me to get interested, it would probably have to, I want to see it if it gets back up to, say, 1120. Again, we rarely get from the option scanner stocks that are down for the day. All right, we have another X in play here. XELB in play. XELB, what is the float? 9 million in the float, and it's got room on the monthly chart anyway. And again, another one. I can't see any news on it, any specific news on it. But nice breakout. I didn't really see it in the pre-market. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. Another one of these low floaters. Let me check the weekly chart. Yeah, same thing on the weekly and the monthly, guys. I mean, it's got room. It's got room to that 4 level. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, pointing out on these longer term time frames where it could get to before it stalls. Yeah, look at the ASTS, guys. That's why I was saying, I know the AI just took a short on this, but it's a strong stock. I mean, I know what it was looking at. It was looking at, shorting a top, but pretty strong stock. Okay, guys, I'm watching XELB. The longer it holds over 3, of course, the better. You know, if we get some kind of a base just over 3, and then get some volume in to keep popping it higher. All right, guys. Well, there's the ASTS, guys. Come on, take out 15. Come on, take out 15. All right, guys, we have a winner. We have a winner. Look at the ASTS, guys. How you trade is going to be up to you, but we have a winner. You got to trade it out. You have to trade it out, okay? I can't tell you to, but I mean, if something that pops up like that, you know, there was the alert at 1470. I got in just a little after it, and that's why I kept waiting to see if it could take out 15. Traded some out. Don't have much left, but I'm all set if it gets back over 15 again. And that's from the option scanner. Oops, what am I doing? Getting carried away here. Here we go. This is what I wanted to move. I mean, I'd be keeping an eye on this one again if it takes out 15 again, okay? All right, doesn't look like, or as we speak, the XLEB doesn't look like it really wants to rip higher here. I'm watching to see how well it holds this 3. It's just kind of, I still have hopes. Well, it doesn't look like it wants to now. So, you know, but let's revisit it later. Okay, we just have to watch it later and see if it gets back over this, I say, 310 mark. That's what I'm going to do, put a price alert there. Okay, what else is happening? So we've got the two alerts. So the alt again, I just, I don't know. I have my doubts that it's going to come back, but listen, it might come back. So just put a price alert, say around 11.20. See if it gets back up there. I mean, they had the news discontinuing COVID, concentrating on other, I think, obesity and liver. Yeah, you guys are talking about DDL. China IPO. Now, isn't also the Uber of China, isn't that set to open today also? DIDI, or am I wrong? Let me just do a quick check. I thought I read this morning something about that one. It is set to IPO today, thank you. I mean, that's obviously going to be an interesting one. I don't see it though. Oh, there it is. Yes, lots of Goldman Sachs, Asia, Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan, China Renaissance. Now, you know what? This may not be that interesting. The reason why, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, but 317 million shares. That almost looks like one of these direct-to-market. $14. So, I mean, there are a ton of shares, so hard to know what sort of movement we'll get. I did put a price alert on it, yeah, so I'll know when it opens. Keep an eye on the ASTS, guys, if it breaks out through 15 again. I wanted this one way earlier, yes. WEI. Just can't keep track of them all. And wow has turned probably the way Real is talking about it. We saw it this morning, Verb. I don't know what it's doing now. I mean, this was certainly one of the pre-market actives. Had a great day yesterday. Pulled back a bit. Has a $4 price target put on it by this Ascendient that was put on yesterday. So, don't know if it's just going to rest here for a while and move or what is going to happen. Yeah, I don't use the ladder, so I don't know. I don't see any issues with mine, Riley. But I'm not using that ladder. I know what you're talking about. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm doing a well. There it goes, guys. ASTS. Keep an eye on ASTS. This could just continue to rip from here. Now, again, be careful with the ASTS. I mean, obviously it is super whippy, but, you know, I mean, this just has the look. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just having another intro. Okay, so here we go. Interesting conversation. Always internal. 1511, guys, so just keep an eye on this ASTS. I mean, it's just chopping around that 15 mark. Okay, Michael, it might be on your end. You might have to do a refresh or something like that, unless everybody tells me they're getting an echo. You know, not a heck of a lot I can do. BNED, guys, is actually an earnings play, such as it is. Who Barnes and Noble? Yeah, I don't think there's an echo. If there were an echo, there'd be lots of people telling me that. Okay, so must be on your end, Michael. Yeah. Okay. Boy, BNAD, this is an earnings play, such as it is. Barnes and Noble. Okay, guys, the reason I'm nagging a little bit about the ASTS is that, I think if it can take out 15 again, it may not, but if it can take out 15 again with any authority, I think it just could have this big run still. We got option volume today is 43,000 contracts. That is 6 times normal. That's why it's appearing. But listen, it may just fizzle out. Yeah, this looks like the end of the road for CUEN, guys. There's a green bar ignored right there. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, just a minute. Oops, I better do this quickly. All right, guys, sorry. I'm just, again, having this discussion. We're talking about the crosses and all. Yeah, listen, ASTS may be done, guys. It may be done. I mean, I can't make any prediction that it was going to take out 15 and start to run, but I thought if it could take out 15 again, it might have a run, but it may be done now. Hey, it may turn into the short now. The AI may be right now. You notice there's a re-entry at 1445. It got stopped out. 1445 was a potential re-entry for it. Well, BNED just continues down, guys, on earnings, such as they are. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10:20 already. So this is typically when I welcome anybody who's new to the trading room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. No. Oh, is there any? Yeah, there was one for space, but one for space. In fact, that's why I've got it here. Right there. There was the cross right there for space, 4502. It's the only one I see on that scan. All right, yeah, so if you're new to Trade Ideas, again, big welcome to the room, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And as always, I start off with my homepage link. Actually, before I do that, I will put in my homepage link, but we do have a promo on now for the July 4th long weekend in the United States. Okay. Markets are closed Mondays, guys. Mondays, I wish. Market is closed on Monday for the July 4th holiday in the States. So there's a promo code you can use. Happy 4th. Everything's in caps except for the numeric 4, of course. 25% off the first month only. And let me just pop that into our YouTube room also. Just give me a moment here. All right, so if you go to my homepage, there's the link. I put it here. Also, here's the tab here. It has that link all day long. All right. So if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take it. Obviously, do not use this promo code. Use Happy 4th for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's do a quick look to see how much Trade Ideas does cost. So we have... Sorry, I was trying to get rid of this catch. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year on an annual basis, minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 25%. You do not, now the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Not having a great day so far. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You can always have a monthly plan. Standard, $118. Premium is $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, the good news is this. Let's say you take out a monthly plan with that 25% discount, and within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love this program, I want to upgrade to an annual. We'll honor the 25% promo, okay? So it's a good, this is what I would do. First of all, I would never take on an annual plan if you don't know our program. Okay, you could just start off with a standard. You can always, and again, within 30 days, if you want to upgrade, great, we'll honor that 25%. Within 30 days, you should have a decent idea whether or not this program is for you. We have the trade of the week. There was no trade of the week this week. Last week's worked out pretty well. POW, P-O-W-W. There will be a trade of the week on Monday. No trade of the week this week because the originator, Steve Gomez, was on vacation this week. Stock of the day. I do a video at noon every day. You can sign up. So these are all free. Now, you have to be a subscriber, obviously, to have access to my scans. So here's my layout that I'm sharing. This layout that I'm sharing, here it is. But I have a lot of other individual scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. Especially for those of you who have your own layout. You don't necessarily want mine, but you do want to take a look at these other scans, especially the moving higher with unusually strong options. Big education section is right here. If you're new to trade ideas, recommend really strongly you take a look at the 20 lessons. That'll at least get you started. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to introduction to the cloud, price alerts, the AI we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So a lot of the basic features are covered right here. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can click on that link again, so you can kind of see what the basic features that we have to offer are. Daily support sessions. I take a break at around noon. Somebody takes over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today, actually, I'm not sure who it is today because Steve is on vacation, so somebody else will be there. It might be Chris, and I'll find out before I leave on my break at noon. I'll pop the YouTube link in before I do leave on my break. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. The reason I say that, we have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today's webinar with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, that's the one I help out on. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, you know, starting trade ideas from scratch. A video on the AI. There is no video on how to trade the AI. How you will trade the AI will be up to you, okay? You know, people are always looking, well, how do I use it? Well, that will really be up to you. This video just kind of explains, you know, why you're getting the alerts you're getting. Back to basics, new to trading, great 36-part video series. Starting off with what is a stock? So if you were brand new to trading, I would heartily recommend that you take a look at this. Trading ebooks that we created, all free. So a lot of information on my home page. I mean, these two sections right here, you know, right here, the education section and all my scans, I don't expect you to be able to look at them while the room is open. So just save my link and then you can take a look at them at your leisure. Well, the cloud is just when you, if I have a scan here, I save it to the cloud, save or share to the cloud. Okay, that way I can actually share links with people. Okay, somebody says, you know, that's how I'm sharing my layout as an example. I put it in the cloud. I give you the cloud link, and you can load it from the cloud. Everybody's cloud, it's your own, just like normal clouds that are out there. It's your own cloud where you can save all of your scans, all of your layouts. So you'll always have access to them. It's really powerful in that you can have trade ideas loaded on as many platforms as you want. You can only have it loaded one at a time. But you know, right now, obviously I'm working from a desktop, but I have a laptop, I have a tablet. So on my one moment, please. Sorry about that. So on my laptop, you know, instead of my having to, you know, all I have to do is download the program, and then instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, you know, I just load everything that I've saved from the cloud to my laptop. And the same with my tablet, doing this exactly the same thing. So that's why it's really important to save everything you have into the cloud. The other huge reason, of course, is that if anything happens, say, you know, with my desktop, anything happens to it, you know, it's a bummer, but if I have to get a new one, as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, all I have to do is download Trade Ideas and then access everything from the cloud. All right, now again, for those of you who are new, you know, I always like to, because people are, you know, come into this room and wondering, well, what are you looking at exactly? Well, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market. We scan the U.S. market, and this is a scan that I've created. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay? So I want to be very clear. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. We scan the market. So this is an example of a scan I put together, calling it basic new highs and lows. So let's take a look at it. So what I'm looking for in this scan, stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. These are the scans or the filters I put in. You always start off with filters because we got 10,000 stocks out there, so obviously you don't want to. If I had no filters and I just wanted to see stocks making new highs or new lows all day long, well, I'd have thousands of alerts all day long. So that's why you always start off with filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I had quite a few today actually. This is why I get a real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts. Well, you don't have to steal them. I will give them to you. I don't know if you're just kind of kidding, stock. Just have to stock me. All I have to do is just go to click on that homepage link. Okay, there's the homepage link, or go my homepage tab. There it is. There's my homepage link right there. And again, once you click on it, here are the scans. This is the scan section. And you click here, and here's my layout. And then individual scans that I have created. Okay? So what we did as a company is we said, you know what, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So we created what we feel are enough alerts. Here are all the alerts. And here are the filters. I'll go over them all, of course. Enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan that they want to see. So no programming language to learn. Now, when you start out, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. Again, I would absolutely go over those 20 lessons. But as you notice, I am sharing my scans. I'm sharing my layout. You could load them and you could run off them at the beginning just to, you get a feel for my scans anyway. Once you start to understand, the mechanics of using trade ideas, you could go into, say you wanted my basic new highs and lows. And you right click, configure, and you click on the summary. And again, this is what I was showing you before. This is what I want to see, but you may want to see something differently. For instance, you may want to see a different price range. That's okay. Just make the change. It's very easy. Let's say I wanted to be 10 and 20 or 10 and 60. I'm not going to do it, but I can make the change. If I wanted a different volume. When you get used to trade ideas, you might want to add a filter of your own or take one out. It's up to you. And then you just save it. You say okay, and then you would save it. So you would take, and basically what you've done is you've taken my template that I like and kind of customize it to how you want to see things. I'm not an ABC trader, no. ABCD trader, no. The other thing, of course, is we have our channel bar. So in the channel bar, we have a lot of themed layouts. These are all layouts within here with different themes. You want to concentrate on cannabis plays, weed watchers. You want the pre-market. You want my watch list. But these are all layouts, okay? So if you have a layout up and running, as we speak anyway, because, fingers crossed, maybe this week we'll have this new docked version out that you can use. But right now, if you click on one of these, it's going to replace your layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay? Well, I'm more of a momentum player, Reese. Okay? So I like to see stocks near the highs, near the lows of the day. So again, if you're new to trade ideas, you don't even have to know how to create layouts. you can just load these and you can kind of see them. And again, once you get used to trade ideas, though, you know, you'll be able to customize it a little bit more. Now, I'm going to go over the AI, not having a good day today. You can see right now, everything is down. But this is what the AI looks like. But, you know, use it as a watch list. You know, sometimes these things will turn around during the day. I use it like a watch list. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Just click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it easy on yourself. Don't concern yourself with the different kind of versions of the AI, Neo 2.0 and Grail. Don't concern yourself with that. I wouldn't even concern yourself with all the different strategies. All you do is just wait for the alerts to happen. There's an entry. These are real time. There's a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Well, any stock gets halted because of volatility. Stocks will get halted because of volatility. Okay, the question was why is Blend halted? It's halted. It's a volatility halt. Okay, if you want to know, you should do a search. But you know, in a nutshell, a stock goes up too much in a period of time, it gets halted, and usually they're 5-minute halts, and it's just kind of a okay. Let's settle down a little bit. Okay, and usually they're 5-minute halts. Okay, and if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:38 plus 19 seconds. And that's the halts resume scanner that I share. Okay, one moment, please. And so that was a 5-minute halt. Notice that. Right to the second. Look at Blend. Wow, Blend. This was the one, guys. I mean, it had a big pullback, though. I mean, that's a big pullback, big percentage pullback, all the way down to 5.5 before it's starting to rock again. And IPW got halted again. So, for instance, you asked me what my strategy is. So, with the ASTS as an example, okay, right now, what I'm looking for, I don't know if it's going to, but if it does recover and gets back over into this 15 level, I want to know about it, okay? And I'll have to see. I mean, I don't mean that if I get a giant candle, I just take the trade, but I want to see it when it gets over 15 because, you know, it did get up to 15.30, see how it's trading, and then if we get some volume, I will probably take the trade. You know, like it'll get over 15, maybe rest a bit, and if it gets a big volume burst, like, you know, here, like see these volume bars, really, and then that to me might get it going again, as an example. Boy, look at these flyers, you know, from yesterday, a lot of them. Blend was a flyer from yesterday, though, and it is still strong. I mean, look what it did yesterday. And it's the software publishers, whatever that really means. Development, okay, blah, blah, okay. Ooh, guys, CUEN, I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I thought that was over right now, but look at this. So again, the same thing. You know, I mean, it's such a low float, 4.8 million in the float. It starts taking out these highs up here. I mean, this is rocking again, especially if it does it on volume. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about this big blue window that you see here. Is what we call Brokerage Plus. Okay, now please listen to me very carefully. If you happen to have, now it's only available if you're using our downloadable version, not available on the app or with the app. Or, sorry, it's available on the downloadable version, not with the web-based version. So what I want to do is put this link in, and in this link there are 2 videos. Okay, 2 videos. So the first video with this Brokerage Plus video, this first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window called Brokers Plus, connect it to either of those 2 accounts, and trade from within Trade Ideas using this, okay? If you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, it doesn't matter. It just means you can't use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Not the end of the world. And if you do have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. It's a feature. That's what it is. If you want to use it, great, it's there for you. Okay? So I just want to really hammer that point home because people, we get the email all the time. You know, they hear us talk about IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade and think if they don't have one of those 2 accounts, then they can't use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. Okay? Now the second video in that link goes into it's advanced topics, how you could create things like one-click trading, things like that. I don't go into this in this room at all. It's an advanced topic. The video is about 26 minutes long and it covers everything. Okay? Carl, yeah, I made a nice pre-market trade with SLS. Talked about it in the room already when I opened the room. Just really, as I opened the room, a short of SLS. And, of course, obviously the ASTS. I said yesterday I'm going to bound and determined to take the my option scans. I didn't take the ALT. I hesitated on it, and I explained the reason why. Because this was down for the day, had a lot of bad news. I wasn't convinced of it. And in fact, guys, I may add that filter to not see option alerts like this. I only want to see stocks that are up for the day. Wow, Blend. Oh. I don't understand what you mean by that, Reese. I mean, typically the stocks I'm seeing here are for going long. These are just showing, I don't trade options, okay? This is just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. Just another way to find stocks that are, really in play. Now, if you're looking at the alt and saying, well, was that a short because it's down for the day? In theory, no. I mean, it was, we got the alert at 11:36, but I said right at the time, I hesitate because this is down for the day. And I think what I'm going to do is put a filter in here to so the stock, I mean, it doesn't happen that often, to be honest, to see a stock that's down for the day showing up here. But, it does happen from time to time. Now, the other huge reason, the huge reason for this is if you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, use our simulator, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. And you just click on the sim, and then you're in simulation mode, okay? So let's just take a look at one here, OCUP. Let's say you wanted to take this ASTS, okay, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe you want to see if it pulls back to this level and holds and you want to take it, okay? So this is what you can do. I don't understand, William. OCUP. Okay. No, I want to, I always like to demonstrate this on a pullback. Okay, showing how people can take this and use this as a pullback. So what I'm doing here, I'm saying, okay, if ASTS gets down to 1375, I want to take 300 shares. Okay, so this is like what we call a conditional buy order. I click the buy button. I guess AVTE, guys, is an IPO just opened. AVTE just opened. Okay, so you see that big blue line now on the chart? So if ASTS comes down to 1375, it'll take the trade. This is in the simulator. I'm just showing you how you can do something like this. Somebody asked, is verb on halt? I don't see it in my halts resumes, but let's just take a look. No, not on halt. All right. Yeah, so I wasn't quite sure what Reese meant. I mean, you talking about shorting in general, as Real is saying, or are you talking about shorting with that option scan? I wasn't quite sure what you meant. All right, guys. POWW showing up on the option scanner. Now, look left. What do you see? 995. You know me. And you know me. Well, there we go. You just opened. We got some IPOs that are just opening now. Now, with POWW, where were we here? POWW, I'd like to see it take out that high right there, which is 995. I mean, if it takes out that, this could really start to sail. So that's what I'm going to do. Just put an alert there. Take out those highs. That would be, I think, an all-time high, actually. After hours, what did it get to? It didn't quite. You see what's happening here. I mean, there's the high. All-time high at 995. What did it get to after hours? 995, 997. So that little area right there was stalling it. But if it pops through that and starts racing through 10, it could be a great trade. Well, I don't know if it had good earnings, but the reaction to earnings is good. How's that? Okay, I'm going to take this trade in the simulator and I'm going to explain, because now what I want to do is go over the idea of placing stops and money management, okay? Now, would I've taken this trade right now? I always explained I wouldn't, but I just want to show you now, talking about stops. Again, if you're new to trading, please practice before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, okay? Notice I have a stop line, a red line right there, 97.55. So if you're new to trading, you have to have, well, in my opinion anyway, and many in the room, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it works against you. Not every trade is going to work. So And that's the problem right now. If you're new to trading, you're not going to know where to put a stop. Don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll put a 10-cent stop every trade, 20-cent stop every trade. In my opinion, it should be based on something more than just, 10 cents, 20 cents. What I like to do, I like to size up on the chart where I think there's some support. So if it broke down through support, I should be out of the trade. Okay? That's what I do. There are other ways. You can look at moving averages and things like that. Whatever you start feeling comfortable with, though, you should have a stop in place. So that's the first concept. Second concept is that, okay, I get it. I've got to stop. How much are you willing to risk on the trade, dollar-wise, if it does work against you? You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So in this particular example, I wanted to make the math super easy, okay? And I said, okay, I'm willing to risk $100 on this trade. Again, this is in the simulator. And again, to make the math super easy, notice my entry was 991. I put the stop at 971, not because that's where the stop should be, but again, to make the math easy, notice that's 20 cents away. So if I can risk $100 on the trade, if that's what I'm prepared to lose on the trade, if it works against me, what I do is I divide that 20 cents, the difference between my entry and my stop, into $100. Presto, you get 500. That's why I picked 500. Okay? Now, guys, I can't tell you to take trades, but I mean, you see what's happening with POW. Okay, so there's the two concepts, okay? Placing a stop, and then that will share size you. Don't go into trading thinking I'll have $100 or take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, whatever. In my opinion anyway, your share size will vary based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay, so that's it. Guys. All right, guys, we got another winner. I mean, what can I say? We have another winner. Now, how you trade it is up to you. You want to take some profit. You want to. I mean, I can't tell you when to get out of a trade when you get into it. I mean, that's where. How your risk reward. How much did you risk on the trade? If it was a dime, 20 cents. You want to try to get at least 40 cents then, or 20 to 40 cents, depending, on risk reward, etc., etc. But I mean, you're not, if you're looking to this room for me to tell you when to get into a trade and when to get out of the trade, this is the wrong room. Okay, that is not my job here. I'm not a financial advisor. Plus, more importantly, I've got to be careful. I cannot do things like that. So, you've placed your stop. You do get the concept. You figure out, okay, I think this is a good. I've practiced enough in this, using the simulator. And by the way, if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money in when you access your live account. Okay, just forget about it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's the odds are stacked against you. If you cannot make money when there's no emotion on the line, then it's going to be awfully hard once you connect to your live account, when all of a sudden it becomes incredibly emotional. When you see that P&L jump up and down, okay? Now, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's not a slam dunk that once you start trading live that you'll make money, because again, the emotions come in. So how do you counteract that? Well, one of the major problems that people have is obeying their stop. They get the concept and they think they've practiced enough. They've worked it in the simulator. They seem to be, making good trades using stops. You get stopped out, fine, you move on. But all of a sudden, when you put money in the market, crazy things happen in your brain. You get into this POW trade, okay, and you think, fantastic, they had earnings, it's over 10, Barry's talking about it, the room is talking about it, it can't fail. Then all of a sudden you get in and it starts to work against you. You start thinking, well, you know what, this is just too good. So what I'm going to do, instead of obeying my stop, I'm going to reduce it. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, if I let it go down to $9.23, I'm out $300. Even worse, you keep reducing it because you keep convincing yourself that it will pop back. Okay? Well, I tell you, it's going to happen. It happens to all of us. Not anymore to me, but it happened all the time. I had to lose a lot of money because I was stupid and not obeying my stop before I finally hammered the point home. Okay? So anyway, how to counteract that? Leave your stop in. You leave your stop in, you get stopped out. It's not the end of the world. Okay? In fact, what can happen is you can get stopped out, and then it can come back to the original setup area, and it could start working again. Just sort of say to yourself, okay, maybe I was a little bit early on the initial trade, but it's setting up again. I can always try it again. Okay? All right, guys. So that's it for me in terms of the my spiel about trade ideas. Now I can kind of get back to looking at what the market is doing. And of course, I'm here. No, the scanner is not free. All right, so if you click on find my homepage tab right there, and then if you click on my link, so there's a promo code you can use. This is what I would do. I mean, if you're interested at all, excuse me, the promo code to use. Let me pop it back. Let me pop it into the room. Okay, so there's the promo code, okay? You see, happy 4th, all in capital letters. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, so here are the 4 plans, the annual, monthly. So the big one, I mean, and you would never, ever, ever, ever start off with this one, okay? But the premium is $22.68 a year minus the 25%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. This is what I would do. You can try us out for a month. $118 less the 25%. If you don't like it, that's okay. Then you just we just tell us you don't want it anymore, and that's all there is to it. Okay? So $118 less the 25%. And if you do like it enough that you want to upgrade to an annual, then we'll honor the promo code if you do it with the 25% off if you do it within 30 days. So that's what you can do. Okay? The big difference is the AI, Dev. The big difference is the AI. Okay? Now I want to show you something with the AI today. You get access to this. Now look what's happened. Look what's happened, okay? Now remember ASTS, and this is why I'm always saying, If you have the AI, make sure you have the reentry price and reentry time columns. Okay? Look what happened with the ASTS as an example. Yeah, I mean, I went long on that one, not at 1421, but it got stopped out. Okay? I wanted to short this at 1421, got stopped out at 1469. That was the stop. Okay? What happened? Later on, it showed up here. Oh man, I'm missing these. Oh no. Showed up here at 1470. You know, that's where in my option scanner it showed up. And you know, soon after that, I went long that trade. Traded it out, but look what happened now. Notice there's a re-entry price of 1445 to short this. How do we get that? Well, nothing scientific, but here's the original entry of 1421. Here's the stop at 1469. Remember, this is a short. Halfway between that is 1445. So if a stock hits or hits the stop price at any time during the day and then comes back to that halfway point, you get a real-time alert. So for instance, the first alert was at 9:53. Got out of the trade at 10 o'clock, 7 minutes later. You could have re-entered the trade 18 minutes later at 14:45. Again, the concept being, okay, AI was a little bit early on it, giving me another chance to get in it. Well, if you did that, 14:45, I mean, look at it, 13:66 now, 13:58 now. It's awesome. Okay, as an example. Let's take a look at this one. You know, this got stopped out, was wanting to go short this one also, or went long, got stopped out. Very, very tight stop. I mean, that to me is way too tight a stop. You get in at 219, a 6-cent stop, that's pretty tight. But you do have an opportunity now to take a look at it at 216. You know, I mean, it could move. I mean, this one has a real shot at moving, you know, based on what it did yesterday and the float and all. So I'm saying use this as a watch list. How to, you know, there's no video on how to trade the AI. How you're going to trade it will come with some experience. You know, you can use it, you know, you can trade it in the simulator to start to see how you're liking it. Meanwhile, oh man, I don't have that much left of this SLS, guys, but I mean, this has just been what a trade for me. Pre-market trade, just as I was opening the room. You know, right at 9 o'clock, I opened the room at 9, popped it in there, said I was short SLS. Nirvana you're right. This is I'll say it, unfreaking believable. Look at this. I mean, look how negative it's gone. $19 down to, I mean, I didn't get it. I got it right here. Just underneath 18. I'm sorry, 19 is where I shorted it. Sorry, 18, 1780. Wow. So that, Dev, is the big difference. There are some other differences. I mean, if you're into creating your own strategy and wanting to back test it, things like that, you need our premium service. Now we have more charts available to you. If you you can have 20 charts with our premium, 10 with standard, things like that. But the main difference, the main difference is the AI. But listen, our standard service is great. You know, I'm not trying to downplay the AI, but our standard service is very, very good. Wow, I wish I'd seen that one. I mean, some of these are now turning into more quick hitters, but look at the alert here. 1672, and then what did it do? I mean, it got up to, this is one of those, blank check. So, and it got up to 1727 before it pulled back. So, I mean, some of them are quick hitters. You've got to be quick in some of them, but I mean, another one that, you know, worked out well, as long as you trade it. What is this one doing? The CSLT, 258. Well, I mean, look, through the 200, no, that's the week. It's got room, guys. I mean, just take a look. Look left on that monthly chart for CSLT. Now listen, if you're new to trading and you're listening to me and going, I can't follow this guy at all. Well, listen, this is why we got this video series for you. If you're new to trading, trading is not easy. You know, it takes time. But if you click on my homepage link, you click on my link, and right there, click on the tab first and then click on my link, and we do have this section right here in the education section. And if you keep scrolling down to this back to basics that one of our traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, created, you know, it starts off with what is a stock. So I mean, if you're all new to this, sure, this is you possibly follow, but you know, it's not easy. You've got to put some time and work into it. When I say it's not easy, I mean, I'm just saying you've got to put the time and effort into it. Well, again, Dev, as I just explained, I mean, if you're brand new to trading, Trade Ideas is a scanner, okay? It doesn't teach you how to trade, okay? You know, once you get used to it, I mean, what this is showing me are ideas, okay? And you can create a scan that can give you the types of ideas that you want to see, but when you get the idea, it doesn't necessarily mean you just pile into the trade, okay? So that's why I pointed out that video series. If you're brand new to trading, you know, two things, you know, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, that you should take a look at the 20 lessons just to get used to, you know, some of the basic features. Okay? Showing you, you know, what is an alert window, creating them, top list windows. So it will show you the basic features of Trade Ideas, but we're a scanner. So it's not that when you get the alert, oh great, it's telling me to take the trade. No, 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 no. You know, that's where some trading experience has to come in. You know, looking at the chart, reading the charts. You know, for me, because I'm a momentum trader, virtually everything I'm seeing is making either a new high or a new low for the day. So that's why I have these daily and monthly and weekly charts up, because if a stock makes a new high for the day, I don't have to worry anymore about, you know, the intraday resistance. Now I'm looking at the higher time frames to say, okay, where could this keep going on these higher time frames before it hits another price level that might stall it? Okay, so that's, but you know, that's only going to come up, you know, with experience. Now, the other thing is that, you know, this room is like this every day. Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. So, you know, I'm here to answer questions. We have between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Another trader takes over. They have a different take on things than I do. They're probably a little more into swing trading and things like that, but they just have a different way of looking at the market. We have the webinars Monday to Thursday. We try to support the product as best we can. But you've got to put the time in. All right. Okay, I should be looking at this CSLT right now. CSLT right now. So again, this is what I'm saying. So CSLT, we get the alert. What was the alert? 258 in the option scanner. Okay, hasn't moved yet. really hasn't moved yet. So there's all sorts of time, to kind of analyze it, see what's happening. So again, what did I say? Look left. Look at that. Look at the monthly chart right here. So this is what I'm talking about. When you look left on the monthly chart, the next high you see is at 327, right up here. So if a stock is at 260 and the next high is at 327, I'm not saying it's going to get to 327, but at least you don't have to worry about some chart resistance, until 327. Look at the weekly chart. You got to back it up and see if it's the same look. And I can see, there is a high of 303 on the weekly chart. Okay, so that could stall it. Okay, so instead of 327, maybe it's going to get stalled around 3. Still not, that's, I mean, listen, if I got into this trade right here at 259 and it stalled at 3, that'd be awesome. I mean, look at the percentage gain. Okay, but that's my way of trading. Looking at these longer term time frames to see where could it keep going before it hits the next high. I don't know about that. Let's take a look at NTLA. I mean, we're always talking. I know NTLA was unbelievable this morning. It's on my watch list. It's just out of the price range I like to trade, but it's up 25%. Okay, that's fantastic, and it's going to be. But I would say that, on a percentage basis, shorting it here at 17, I can do some quick math. Going from 1780 down to 1179 is better. Really? That's better than 25. That's, well, no, but we have to just look at pure percent. And that's the only way I can compare two things. So. But let's just say that they're both awesome, okay? But I mean, look. I mean, listen. I keep saying I don't have that much left, but now the amount I've got left is now turning into a nice because of what it's doing. Unbelievable. Yeah, Goods. Oh, hi, Goods, by the way. I see you're right off the bat. I honestly wish it would just go away. So yeah, let's take a look at Edit and also the other one, CRISPR, because I mean they're probably being dragged along. Yeah, I mean they're being dragged along because of the NTLA success, all these gene editing CRISPR technologies. So Edit, and then the other one, of course, the one that used to be the king was CRISPR. I mean, and it's doing incredibly also. But I mean, obviously, NTLA is the one that had the specific news. Yeah, I mean, the only way I can compare things is on a percentage basis. But, I mean, obviously, NTLA is awesome. All right, what is CSLT doing? CSLT doing. Okay, why? Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's CSLT. So see, it's not doing anything. It is now. Here's the other thing about it. It's a big float. 117 million in the float. You're talking CSLT, but it is a big float, guys. Okay, like a lot of these ones that of course are going to move are going to be lower float situation. I mean, 117 million in the float for a 260 stock, you know, that's pretty big. So unless we get some kind of a, I mean, it's already, I know it's up 12%, but unless we get some kind of a catalyst to keep it going, you know, it's, you know, that's a big float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. And we've already determined that 3 could block it. You know, that is the next high looking left. So, I mean, it's 40 cents away. Again, 40 cents on a 260 stock is awesome, percentage-wise, but it's going to take something. It's going to have some volume to push it up. Yeah, we're talking, of course, Sarika, we're talking about shorting this. You know, some of us have been short SLS. I'm not talking about buying it. No, listen, anything can bounce. All right, guys. So what time is it? 11:17. So I have to find out who is going to be taking over for me. CSLT. I'm sorry. It's CSLT. CSLT. All right, take a look at some of these earnings. Schnitzer, that's sort of a name that people kind of know. Schnitzer, just like saying it. Schnitzer, S-C-H-N, is an earnings play. Ooh. I haven't been able to pay any attention to the earnings plays today. We have a few of them. KBH, another earnings play. Builder, of course. One of the builders, PHM, I thought got downgraded this morning. Another downgraded or upgraded, let me just see. Yeah, this was a downgrade. PHM was a downgrade from Goldman this morning. PHM. All right, what is the market? So we do have a bit of a disconnect going, guys. So Dow was up, tech is down. Remember earlier on in the day, I was showing you the sector status chart, or the sector status. Let me just show it again, show you what I'm talking about. So remember, I believe at the beginning of the day, technology was a strong sector. And now look, it's turned around. 69% are down, 31% are up. So let's just see a better picture of what the market's doing. Strong sector. Look at energy, guys, energy. So, I mean, look, energy. If you're looking at energy stocks, I mean, today's a great day, obviously. I mean, 100% of the stocks that make up this XLE are up for the day. 100%. Not one is down for the day. And the strongest one right now is Nova. Okay, it's pulling back a little bit now, but that, you know what, you might look at that and go, okay, Nova's pulling back a little bit now. Strongest one in the sector. Maybe this is a, this is a 2-bar pullback on the 15. Maybe it rests here and starts to go again. So what else we have here? Look at healthcare. Communication stocks. So yesterday the communication stocks were going crazy. Some of those little guys. No, they don't make up. Those little guys do not make up. The communication. They're not in XLC. Look at Disney though. Disney is up for the day. So the other way to use this sometimes is instead of looking for stocks, go a little contrary. So 77% are down for the day in this sector. Take a look at the ones that are up and see, is there a reason? If overall the majority of stocks are down, but there are some that are up, maybe there's a reason. Consumer staples. Okay, let's take a look at the ones that are down. Kroger down for the day. Not too many in that sector are down. These are the only ones that are down for the day. So take a look at Kroger, maybe. I can't tell you how to use this, but it's an idea. CVM, so it is bouncing. I guess it's moving down still. CVM. You must be in the wrong energy stocks, Carl, because every single stock, in the ETF anyway, you must be in stocks that are not part of that ETF. But I mean, in theory, energy would be the play today. All right, guys, my sound alerts have just dried up. Not getting too many more, except just got a halt. Okay, another one of those SPACs. I'm just not even looking at SPACs anymore. All right, so this looks like a SPAC also. Yeah, another SPAC. You can always tell the SPACs when they open at $10. Probably, yeah. End of year or half year, end of month, end of the half year, probably. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys. So I am just kind of biding my time right now. Not seeing anything. Oh, wait a minute. I got a running up for IUNV. Oh, a real cheap one. So what do they do? What are they in? Say again, this data processing, hosting, etc. This is what was really alive yesterday. But it is a very cheap one. I typically, let's look left. You see, here's my big issue. If I look left, 2 months ago, the high was $1.09. Now, if it can crack through $1.09, then look left, $1.69, way up here. It's not a low float, 98 million. That's certainly not a low float, so it's going to take something to move it. Obviously, there is some interest for whatever reason. Could be just, a room or something like that. The volume is decent. It's 6.8 times normal. But, I just can't get too involved unless it takes out this, that 109. And then, if it does, then I want to see. I want to see it again. I want to see it. SSY. Yeah, I didn't see it really in the pre-market, but hey, it's having a great day. Take a look left, and what do you see? I see maybe some, tough at 392, 395 right here, so it's not that far away. Great if you got it down here. Meanwhile, guys, GDYN, this is just sink, sink, sink. So now take a look here. This is, okay. See if there's any specific reason. So after hours, so this is news after hours for GDYN. Okay, so yeah, they're talking about a financing. So we just don't know what the financing price is. At least I can't see what it is. Yeah, 10 million shares. We just don't have the financing price. So this is why this is very, very weak. Look at this though. Could this hold it? 15. Look at all the lows here on the daily chart. Could 15 hold it? Guys, this is an impressive one still, the CUEN. It's been very choppy, but it's one of these ones that could just start resting for a while. Obviously, it's up 198%, 124 million shares have traded. Almost 5 million in the float. You're talking 25 times traded the float. This is not just going to stay here for the rest of the day. So, it's not shortable for me, so there's no real point for me to put something underneath. But I'm going to stick an alert, around 858 to see if it gets back up there and gets me. Again, not interested to take it at 858. I want to see though if it starts, moving back up to these highs. The issue is here, 970. So it has room maybe to get, close to 10 if it can resume its, if traders get enthusiastic about it again. Yeah, Mike, I saw you. I saw YOU. See what I'm finding today, guys. You know, these are some. They're just well, from my scan anyway, my option scan. These are more like quick hitters. You know, you can't. They're just not maintaining. Look at Pow. I mean, it was awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, once it hit 10, I mean, it got all the way up here. It looked like it was going to continue, but it didn't. Now, later on in the day, who knows? Maybe I'll just stick an alert here around 10 and see if it takes out 10 again and has a resumption. It's an earnings play. Now, guys, remember when we first looked at the AI when I was going through my spiel around 10:20, how it didn't look very good? Well, look at it now, though. I mean, you know, again, if you took advantage of that 1445 to short ASTS, I mean, you know, 1368 now. I don't know what it got down to. It got down to 1325. I mean, you know. And now look at shorting OCUP. Again, another one. It hit the stop, and so you had a re-entry of 644. I mean, this is pretty good. Not pretty good. It's awesome. I mean, look at the percentages here. And that actually is calculating from the 620. Not from the 644 in the short. So these percentages, in fact, I should, yeah, we should have another column for the reentry percent. Give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just, what I'd like to see is an additional column here to show the reentry. This aggressive profit, what this is showing, I mean, what this means is, okay, if you were still in the trade from 620, you know, you'd be up 950. But really, the reentry, I'd like to see that, I'd like to see what that percentage would be, you know, from 644. It could be, I think that should be a column also. Well, Yeah, I mean that's been the goal for a long time in terms of swings with the AI. My sources, all trade ideas stuff. I mean scans that I've got. I haven't even looked at my watch list. I haven't had even a chance to look at my watch list today. Probably not doing too well because I think a lot of these were these high flyers. They made the list. Obviously, POW was okay. ASTS was okay for a while. Well, actually, pretty. Berlin, let's see, 670. Actually, I pulled back, but so they're a little bit choppy. But again, as a watch list, I guess it was okay. Verb, no. And let's see, the ISPS, the ISPC. This could be really interesting. I mean, it's been, I looked at this. I looked at these yesterday. I thought, okay, what if it can continue somehow? Because it's a lifetime high. It just didn't really do it. Well, Carl, I don't. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I just don't agree with auto trading. I mean, if you auto traded the AI, if you wanted to try it, you would have to use the simulator first and just see how it would work. Okay. If you have your own strategy that you want to automate and trade, again, use the simulator first, see how it would work. Look, I know the Holy Grail. That's why we nicknamed it Holly. Is of course to somehow be able to just, automate all your strategies, turn them on in the morning, count your money in the evening. But I think it's fool's gold. I mean, I think Michael has his own strategies. I believe he might automate his entries, but I'm almost 100% sure he watches his exits, and so he manually gets out of the exits or out of the trades. I okay. Can you not hear me, Siri? I just have some scans that I use after hours, for to get my watch list together, and that's how I put it together. It's all trade ideas. I mean, it's all trade ideas, but it's scans that I've put together. Look at the CSLT, guys. Yeah, it didn't really too many shares in the float, I think. We'll have to see. I mean, if it can somehow come back, but I just don't see it today. What do you mean you can train it? What do you mean by that, Carl? I don't know what you mean by training it. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys, keep an eye on the ASTS. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but man, I mean, it's a good resurgence here. Takes out that 15 later on in the day. I mean, this has just been a rest here, right here, 1340. I know some of you are following Alf. It's been a crazy one, of course, for a while now. And I'm just noticing here, it's down for the day still. Very low float. Oh, I see. No, you cannot. No, the AI is what it is. You just have to wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, you have no control of what you're going to see on a given day. Okay, what alerts you're going to see. There's nothing that you can do about that. Well, when I say that, it's all set up for you. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and you have an alert. You have an entry. You have a stop. Doesn't mean you have to get in right at the when you see it. But I probably always obey the stop. What I was saying is you could have your own strategy and back test it and tweak it. Your own strategy. The AI does its own thing, yes. What do you mean by how do we know the open price of a stock? I mean literally the first print of the day? If you look at a chart, you can usually see that. So here's the 15-minute. Opened at 1473, for instance. Just if you hover over an opening candle, 2-minute candle, if it doesn't really matter, hover over the candle, you'll see the opening. So hover over a 9:30 candle, and you'll see what a stock opened at. Right up here in this area. No problem, Carl. Yeah, Alpha's really moving. I mean, just be careful. I mean, I say this all the time. 3.8 million in the float. It could go red or green, as you're saying. It's funny, I always used to think that the red to green alert would be really awesome. Never really found it. I mean, we do have the cross. Never really found it to be that handy. Anybody else using cross above the open or cross above the close? I've never ever been able to really find a way to use it effectively. It seems like it should, Here's another SPAC, guys. I'm pretty sure DNAC, yeah. Social Capital, yeah. So another SPAC just opened. No, you cannot choose the stock prices. I mean, whoa, shoot. This is just a minute. Just give me a moment here, guys. There we go. The only control you have is whether or not, here are some of the filters. If you only want to go long strategies or short strategies, you could check one, okay? You have no control over, if you're into auto trading, which I don't agree. I've already said that a million times. Obviously, see, for me, I like the ones under $20. I mean, we've got a bunch of them today. Wasn't able to pay attention, but I like the ones under $20. So you could just, and there, you know, you don't get, typically I would say if you had 15 alerts for the day, that would be a lot. My guess is, you know, I don't know what the average is, maybe 8 to 10. Right now we've only got 5 alerts today. But again, your idea of auto trading, Carl, is then to completely auto trade it, right? And then so not manage the exits on your own. Because again, we don't agree with that. But you can always use the simulator and turn on the strategies and see how it would work. Yeah, I wish I had been following Bed Bath & Beyond. XBit. Yeah, I see the same thing. You must have a headline news. I mean, I had to type in XBit, but yeah, I see the same thing from Benzinga. Right there, receipt of 75 million. So, what is it doing? Boom! Okay. And it's a low float, 17 million, 17.9 million in the float. So, let's keep an eye on it. Let's see if it gets halt. Well, it's pulled back. A very low float, 18 million in the float. It hasn't traded very much today. It will, of course, pick up now that that news is hit. Was that shortable? Not many. I bet you these shorts will get snapped up. Looks like there are about 37,000 shares. All right, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be in the YouTube link or in the YouTube room today, taking over while I take a break. And before I leave, just again hammering the point home about the promo code for 25% off. Boy, only one alert today from that cross that we're trying to see if it is going to work well. Only one alert. That was from the space. How is space doing right now? SPCE. Wow. That's, well, there's a cross right there in the 15s. Let's see. So we had the cross down. Then we've got the cross up right here. at $43. Look at Alf, guys. Good for you. And Poe, you took a with a 20-cent stop on the Alf. That was pretty dicey, but it's worked out for you. Okay, guys. You know, this CUEN is really looking interesting. Do not lose sight of it. CUEN. Do not lose sight of it. It's just kind of hanging around this 8 level. Not collapsing. It looks better on the 15s. Look at this. You know, the trend is still, you know, hanging in there. All we're really waiting for is to see if it can pop with volume. No point in if it pops up, you know, without volume, forget about it. Look at the volume though, 132 million shares. Now listen, it may not do anything. It may drop down through 8. And that'll be it, but all right, we have a new entrant to the option scanner. Let's take a look at Sangamo. Now, unfortunately, it's in chase mode. Yeah, I mean, it's in pure chase mode right now. I mean, it has got, this is what it's got going for it a little bit. The high looking left yesterday was 1284 or so it's got that room. Problem is, you know, you're in pure chase mode right now. So the best thing that can happen is maybe for it to rest a little bit. Look at the volume that came in. This could be more capitulation though than anything. So, you know, it has to rest. I can't just chase it. I can't just take it because I got an alert. Was there news on it? I don't see any news on it, but there's, I mean, look, the volume picked up. I mean, there's no question. I mean, there's 5 minutes right there. There's the over 200,000. I mean, it just went, okay. But now, as for me, the best thing that could happen, rest. Just rest for a while. Problem is, I'm going to be taking my break. So I may be missing that anyway. Give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, I don't know the ABC. I mean, I know I can look it up, but I'm just not one to look at patterns like that. I have no idea. Somebody else might, you know, might have an opinion on it. Woof. Well, I hope you got out of the. You must. So you went long again, Poe. So I guess you're out of the ALF now. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is just put my note in that I'll be on break until about 12:40. All right. Oops. You know what? I got to get the bigger font. Okay, so for a lot of the things that I'm seeing right now, I'm not seeing, for the things that I'm following, not seeing a ton of follow through. Will the Reddit crew get a hold of RKT? They've left it alone, really, ever since this week here. I mean, I guess they had a small part to play in this run here, but that was the week they got a hold of it, RKT. I'll be back, Mustang. I'll be back at 12:40. So, and again, you can always head over to our YouTube room. You know, while I'm on this break, just pop it in again. Chris will be there very soon. I'm just waiting for him to tell me that he's in the room, that I can take off. Here's another IPO, guys. LZ. Oh, this is an interesting one. I mean, I think LegalZoom is something that I'm familiar with anyway. LZ. So they just opened. All right, I'm just guys. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for Chris to tell me that he is in the YouTube room. Meanwhile, I'm hearing some wows here. OCUL is wowing at me. And if you think I'm losing my mind, you know, with TradeIdeas, you can put sound alerts, you know, on all these, your different alert windows. So the one I've got here, actions, wow. Okay, so that's, when I hear wow, I know that it's something from my option scanner. Okay, sure. Are you in, Chris? Can you hear me? You're streaming now? Okay, great. Okay, guys, I'll take my break. I'll be back maybe a little bit later than 12:40, seeing as I'm not quite... I'm starting this a little bit later. So I'll stop streaming now, Chris. Have a good time for the hour.
All Alright, looks like everybody got eyes on my screen here. Anybody not familiar, my name's Chris Varley, one of the support team members here with Trade Ideas. Maybe I saw some of you in the webinar last night. I was filling in for Steve, I filled in for Sean last week, I fill in here and there for the guys. So mostly they keep me locked up on emails and support chats, but once in a while they let me out of the cage and interact with real people like you. So free forum, come at me with your questions. You want to look at some charts, questions about scanning, things like that. If not, I'll just ramble on and bore you that way. So let me know. Got an eye on the chat here in the YouTube stream, and we'll keep an eye on what you guys are saying, what you're thinking, what direction you want to take things here. So the AI just fired a trade here. Got dough ready to go, wants to go. HIBB. Yeah, it's an alright looking chart there. I like that pattern on it. Like that right there. Get these charts a little bigger here. I was working on my support layout here, what I try to share with you guys. I believe you can all see me. Got eyes on me, right? Look like I got cut off from the stream. Alright, yeah, looks good to me. So fire away, guys, if you got questions. That's what I'm here for. Do you know when Trade Ideas version 5 is coming out? Soon. And if I told you what they kept telling us in internal chats, they keep telling us days that it's going to come out, and then it doesn't. So that's why I don't tell anybody else those days, because I don't want to be held accountable for it. But soon, every single day I hear it's any day for 2 weeks. That's the way development works, unfortunately. I've been hammering around and using the last internal test for a few days now. There's still a couple little hang-ups where a chart gets hung up and you can't change the chart. Like normally you can click a chart and change what you're doing there. It keeps getting bugged that you can't do that, and you have to flip around, change the time frame, and then it quote unquote wakes the chart back up. So there's just a few hangouts that are there. How are you, David? Good to see you. Thank you. That's kind of where we get hung up on those things like that. So it's not prevalent to start releasing things like that, and then all these users, however many we have, constantly coming in and hitting us in support, and that's when I get overwhelmed by all you guys coming at once. I can only handle 3, 4, or 5 tickets at once from you guys. Can you build a scan for new high? OC greater than 90, thanks in advance. I don't know what the OC means. We can build a template together, Bill. Give me a little more direction on what you're looking for. New high is easy. Let's go. New alert window. Let's erase some of these filters here. And if you ask why I don't go start from scratch, it's because then it erases all the columns and everything else, and I'm lazy and I don't want to build columns again if I don't have to. Well, it looks like a solid entry here for the AI there on that HIBB. New high, open to close, greater than 90 what? 90 cents from the open, 90 cents from the close, 90% change. The scan will run open to close. We got new high selected as the alert here. All right, so there's new high selected as our alert. We got that rolling. Scan's going to run from bell to bell already. There's no time. We don't have a time in here for time of day filter. So we've got some of what you're asking for. And I'm getting hit here. Sorry, getting some internal messages. 90 cents from the open. So you want to see the stock is up 90 cents from the open? So we go here, search, change, from open, dollars. All right, there we got that. We're going to add that filter, change from open. We're going to put a minimum of 9.9. So, and we can use the show me function here. Love this function if you're not familiar with it. Not gonna lie, taking a bunch of offense. There's 70 people in here when I started. There's 35 now. I know that the 35 or well 70 something people. I know that the near 40 people that dropped out can't hear me, but I'm mad at you. Anyways, it's gonna say show me stocks where the stock is up at least zero point 0.9 from the open. So 90 cents. So we've got that part of it. What else do we want to see, Bill? We got anything else we want to add to that there, Bill? Yeah, that's what I got. 90 cents change from today's open. It's up 90 cents. That's what the filter is there for us. Do we want volume in there? Do we want to see some consecutive days that we're going on? Do we want a certain amount of new highs that it's made on the day before it gets triggered? Do we want a relative volume? Do we want a volatility filter? We got 500 options in here. Well, with just the filters, 300 and something options here for filters. A lot of directions we can head. Okay, that's what it was. The same thing I was wondering because I thought I dropped the stream. It kicked me. I reloaded the stream and it was still here. So I just thought it was my YouTube had a hiccup. Maybe YouTube overall had a hiccup. Consecutive. We don't have a consecutive new high ticks. What we have is the count. All right. So this is the way that this count filter is going to work. This filter here, it's going to take whatever alert that you have linked to the scan. And yeah, YouTube's dirty like that sometimes. I see we're up to a whole 38 again. Um, so whatever the alert that's linked to the scan right now, so new high, now that filter is going to say, unless we hit whatever new highs that we put in here, you're not getting an alert. So we can put, what'd you put there, Bill? What was your suggestion on new high ticks? 40. So we got to see 40 new highs on the day, on top of being up 90 cents for the day. So now we're there. A good scan on the cloud. That's a relative question there, Sticker. I have a scan that I use for my evening scan that's a top list that I actually shared with an industry guy, and he was like, why do you use that for a swing scan? It's a great intraday scan. And so I said, well, if you see it that way, great. I don't see it that way, so it's how do you interpret data. There's a ton of stuff I'd say point you towards the trader's vault, depending on what you're looking to trade. Are you looking for something that's pulled back to an SMA? Are you looking for something that's breaking to new all-time highs? Are you looking for something that's breaking out of a range? A lot of options there, Sticker. We can dig through my cloud in a second here, and I'll throw some stuff at you there. IPO filter. If you want to do an IPO filter, just do. If you're talking about day of IPO, use a halt resume alert, because anything that IPOs will trigger as a resume. So, all right, we're gonna call this for now. Scan for Bill and or chat. We're going to leave it like that for now. You got some more stuff you want to add to that, Bill, you let me know. We'll stick that over on another screen out of the way for now so I can kind of work with this. So yeah, if we go to here, Sticker, give you some stuff. These are things when I was a day trader that I liked. I'm not a day trader anymore. First, let's give you moving higher with unusually strong options. This is from Barry. This scan is outstanding, I think. Again, if you don't have a trading plan to run this scan, you have the greatest scan on the planet. If you don't know how to enter a trade, exit a trade, and manage that trade, it'll mean absolutely nothing without a trading plan. But here we go. So this scan I think is super outstanding. That's actually from Mr. Barry himself. Let's see. Turbo Family Up. I used to like this when I day traded. This is stock. This is breaking things down. It's a multi-strategy window. It's going to break stuff down into market cap. and it's looking at stuff with some decent volume making new all-time highs. And this here, now this one I haven't looked at in a long time. I used to use this a few years ago. You can take a look. It's looking at stuff breaking out of 10 and 20 day ranges with some serious volume in it. You go ahead and you load those up. You take a look and see how they pertain to what you are or are not doing. A scan for intraday swing trading. Well, intraday is day trading, swing trading, meaning you're holding, overnight. So they're two different things, intraday and swing trading. If I was to give you something, I'll give you what I use, and then we can go over it in a second. Let me first give you here who's asking for IPOs. Someone was asking about IPOs. Sorry, lost track here for a second. Fernando. All right. Here's this halt resume scanner. There's nothing fancy about it. Just going to look for halts and resumes. I don't run it, but you're welcome to it. There you go. And if something day of IPO comes, it's going to show up as a resume. As far as if you're looking for something that's like a newer issue, send an email to here, info at trade ideas.com. Sorry, cannot type today. Send an email there, and probably do something with like a custom formula. You'll have to insert it into your account and then place it into a window. But I believe Chris McKay, there's two Chris's, Chris V, Chris M. I believe he's got something that he worked out some time ago that we were sharing with someone the other day. So that'll all work like that. Whoa, holy cow. Sorry, I was getting my butt kicked in some of my positions for the last few days, and they turned right around for me. So that's why you got a plan and you stick to it. I didn't get stopped, and while I was down on the mat. Things are moving back up for me again. So always a good feeling there. Although I'm about to get stopped on something else here in a second. This is trading. Some go up, some go down. Alright, so we got the IPO filter, recommendation. So here, if you're looking for swing trading, I'll give you what I do. There's also, who was that asked about that? Gary, if you send that info at trade-ideas.com, if you send an email there and say, hey, can I get a link to the webinar Chris did last night, Chris V did, on 6/29, I go over some really good stuff in there that has to pertain to this scan I'm going to bring out right now and how I use it. And, it comes to interpreting data. Like I said, I showed this scan to somebody that's a long-time trader. They worked in, big institutions. They just trade on their own now. They don't... they don't work for any big corporation anymore like that. And I showed this to him, and he said, "Oh, well, I don't see that as a swing trading scan. I see it as an intraday scan." I said, "Okay, well, you interpret data differently than I do. It's all up to interpretation." So I look for what's called cup and handle patterns on the scan, essentially. And so let's take a look here at what we got going on. Now, I normally run the scan at the end of a day. And then I mark things up and I put them on a short list and I follow them for a few days. Sometimes I'm in some of them the next day. Sometimes I'm not. Hold on, sorry, I can't stand these things here. I don't need the risk levels. So this is the kind of thing I look for in the scan. Now this stock actually was on the scan the last few days. What I look for is patterns like this. We got that, and we got this here. And I had it come in here a few days ago, actually. And so we call cup and handle. So here's our cup, here's our handle. And that's the pattern that I look for. That's what I like. And that would have led me. Now, I didn't have an interest in the stock. I forget why. I'm sure I had some reason I did not put it on my short list. But normally, if it goes on my short list, I use the heart right here. I click that. And it goes on my short list. And I curate that list. So I'm only looking at a certain amount of stocks at any given time here on a top list that I have pointed at only my liked list, And these are the only stocks that I'm really interested in any given day, whatever I have on here. I haven't been updating it recently because I've been locked into some positions. I'm fully committed and capital that I plan to trade for now. So I don't feel like doing any extra work. Call it lazy or call it selective work, whatever we want to call it. That's how I do it. I've run a very, 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 very simple trade ideas platform now, or what do we call them? Layouts. I used to have 50,000 monitors going, or 50,000 alerts going at once, and Windows and everything else, and I was like a squirrel shot up with Adderall, running around trying to figure out what I was doing, and I was not having the success that I thought I should have or wanted to have. And I started curating data with pointed lists. And instead of trying to look at 8,500 stocks a day, I started looking at 100 stocks a day, or less even, and that's how I did that. So, no, I don't have a swing scan that I monitor throughout the day, Gary. Um, it's I do my scanning at night, like I said, and I put things on a list here. I do monitor that the moving up on unusually high options volume. Occasionally, I make a day trade from that. I just follow it because it's such a great scan, and sometimes I won't say bored during the day, but there's not much for me to do trading wise, and so I like to follow that scan actually quite a bit that Barry made, and just check that out. Occasionally, if something really catches my eye intraday on it, looks like it might have some real room to run, and it also doesn't have a large spread, and it has not been whipping in price crazy, I'll trade it. But I don't like things that are very volatile and moving fast. I don't trade them well, so I just don't trade them anymore, period. That's how I do that. Bill Scott with IB hooked up to Pro. Can you click on a TI symbol, have a default number of shares for faster entry than typing the symbol in IB? Absolutely. We can. A tricky situation here as I have Brokerage Plus connected. I guess I need to disconnect for now. I'm not in any danger. Alright, so let's bring over my Brokerage Plus window, and we're going to come in here to strategies, and we just take any one of these strategies here, but you can start with actually, no, we'll go new trading strategy. Alright, so we're in Brokerage Plus, right? We come to the strategies tab. We're going to right click, new trading strategy, and it's going to give us this tab here. We're going to give it all the trading instructions in the world that we want here. All right. So first, you got to make sure you point it at the right account. We don't have one here because we're not connected, but whatever you're connected to, E-Trade, IB, simulated, those are your three options. Connect the account. Number one. Number two, we're going to come to configure here. All right. I don't need any of these things. If we're just, if we're making this just a manual for just a certain amount of things, so let's get rid of all the values here. Hide unused. Let's get rid of all these values because we don't want it to be an actual alert window. Alright, search, we don't need any of that. Select alerts, we don't need any of that. Wait, no, leave the new high, I think. Sorry, I don't do this too often. Here we go. Window specific filters, we're good. Exchanges, we're good. Symbols list. We're looking at everything here. All symbols. Alright, sorry, this is just going with the default setting that I had. You may not have to do all this stuff. The idea is that we want a blank window. Alright. There we go. We're back to the trading instructions here. Okay. We're long. Alright. We got an entry time. You set the entry time when you want this to start working. If it's a manual, it's not really going to matter much. Alright, now we decide, do we want to fix shares, fix dollars based on a stop loss? Are we entering on a limit? Are we entering on a market? Stop, limit, stop. I highly recommend, these are kind of really advanced stuff, the stop, limit, and stops. I recommend staying away from them unless you really understand market mechanics. So we choose there. We're going to go market for argument's sake here. Our risk management, do we want any of these things here for it? Do we want to send it out as a bracket order? We have to give it a hold time. Here, we can select no instead if we don't want to give it the hold time. All right. So these are, how you want to set up all these instructions here. No demo needed. Well, this is how you would get it to go through, Bill, here to IB. We're going to send the order to IB through this. We're going to actually do it in simulated trading, and we're going to put a stop loss, so we're just going to throw 10% for, no, let's not go crazy. Let's go 7% stop loss, and and a 14% target. You cannot have a trailing stop and a stop at the same time. If you understand market mechanics, that's the reason why market mechanics doesn't work. So here we go. We got all this here. And hold on, I'll come back to the configuration because I want to change the name here. And the configuration, we come to summary. We're going to call it testing order entry. All right. There we go. We're all set there, and we're going to press OK, and there it is. All right. We don't have to enable it or do anything with it right now. What we can do now is a few things. We can come here, right click, and set it as chart long. All right. And then we can also go to the window if we wanted and make the trade from there. So go to alert window. We're going to see all the stuff flying in here. All right, if we come across something we like, right click, bring it over, maybe, bring it over, right click, trade. All right, and if we had it, there we go. Sorry, it's still called this for whatever reason, but I'm not connected to a broker right now, so that's what it's going to look like there. Let's get rid of that. Let's show it off a chart here. So let's connect to Trade Ideas Simulator Trading. Let's come back into the configure, edit trading strategy, accounts none, accounts, simulator trading. We get an account. All right, and now we have this right here, and we can go to trade, and I can use that right there off the chart. All right. Here we go, and buy. And we can select, we're going to throw a buy right here. Something I missed. Oh, I didn't select the account right here, sorry. All right, remember to select that account too. All right. And buy. I'm missing something still here, sorry guys. We don't have a symbol selected, that's why. Now we got the symbol selected. All right. I swear 4th time's a charm here. Sorry, I missed a step in here, guys. Let's go with long risk. So risk 100 at market, stop low. Orders, messages. So I have a disconnect in here. I might because I'm on a beta version. Why are we not getting a fill? There we go. So there's your one-click trading. If we're connected to IB, it's sending it to IB, obviously. So, in here, and we have a video that goes over really well, actually. Now, what it won't have in the video, the one thing that we have to update is this connecting this part here for you guys. I'm going to post that video for you guys, though, or link to that video here. So anybody that's really interested in utilizing Brokerage Plus, like what we were just going over, you're going to find that there. Where are you? Well, if anybody has any other questions, start firing them away here. So, all right, you can head there. It's gonna go over the longer of the two videos. There's connecting to IB and all that stuff like that. You can skip over. It's time stamped, I believe, all that stuff. So you can skip over whatever parts that you want. It'll go over connecting the AI and all that kind of stuff like that. If that's anything that you're interested in, you want to look at and watch and all that kind of thing like that. So. The one thing I always like to throw out there for people is not so much on the manual side of things. Although if you're really looking to like scalp trade and things like that, Brokers Plus really isn't for that. You're probably better off with hotkeys through the broker itself. Actually, what I will say is that it's a lot cleaner to look at your positions in Brokerage Plus and manage them like that, especially if, like I said, you're not trying to scalp and do things like that. And the other thing for Brokerage Plus with IB, you have to have live data from them. It's, depending on what package you get, it's in between, I think, $5 and $15 a month, or $4.50 and $14.50 a month, depending. So, you come to the live support chat if that's something that you need help with. I can walk you through a little bit of the tutorial there. I know IB's portal isn't exactly the greatest to navigate for anybody, so so that's that. Let's see, for anybody that was in that webinar last night, we look at the price alerts that we set. So PRTS, I said this is one I've been tracking for a while. Having an okay day, up almost a 50-cent piece here, and we start to look at it break in, maybe through here somewhere. What does delta mean on positions tab? Where are you seeing delta? Is that are you talking about in Brokerage Plus, Brian? I don't think there's a delta in Brokerage Plus for a column. Oh, on TOS? I don't know. Usually delta and things like that have to do with either options trading, or you're talking about your limit offset are the two things. Those are, as far as that goes. You might have to, I don't know what they're specifically referring to in TOS. I actually switched over from TOS to IB because we couldn't get the TOS connection working for now, and we're still trying to figure out how to get that working. So I'm back to IB because I want to manage through Brokerage Plus my positions. So you might have to reach out to TOS on that one, Brian, what they're referring to, whether it's a delta in the limit offset or if it's a delta that has to do with the volatility of the options. There's two different two different terms you can be working with there. Bring on the questions, guys, or I'll start to run through some charts, I guess. Free form here. Got me for half an hour longer. Yeah, you got it, Brian. We'll jump back for now. So these are over here some price alerts that we set that came out of my evening scan, most of them anyways, from yesterday. You're very welcome, Bill. I'm always happy to do things like this. So 810, down a dime. See if it can continue to work its way up. Going over some of the stuff that I talk about in the video or the webinar last night. We've got these tough intraday markets here, and why having your defined stop losses and targets and things like that are so important. Knowing your time frames. You've got today that gap up, or no, I'm sorry, that gap down. Let's redo this. Got that gap down and a big 15-minute move up, and then a nice 15-minute move down, and we move up for an hour, and we're fading for the next 15 an hour, almost 2 hours here. Now we start to fade for. It's really frustrating trading, especially because we can click a SPY chart here and we're sitting at all-time highs basically. Without no bear case to be made whatsoever as far as the charts are concerned. You want to throw your fundamental reasons out there or whatever, go ahead, but those fundamental reasons haven't had any basis for over 10 years. So, so we just continue to leapfrog, higher highs, higher lows the whole way through here. But that doesn't tell the tale of an intraday moves in any of these things like that. So we'll see where that all leads to. Let's get rid of some drawings. Back to this. I see a question. What is your opinion on TTM studies? I don't know what TTM studies are, so I have no opinion on them. I'm not huge on studies. There's still too many studies on this chart for me. I'm trying to narrow them down. This is a position in 20-day range here that I like to look at. I use it kind of as a guide for determining some stops and things like that. That's a 50-day moving average. That is a 20-day moving average, and that's an 8 EMA. There's 20 SMA, 50 SMA, and an 8 EMA, and those are. And I cleaned that up. I had a bunch more moving averages on there. I don't need them anymore. The chart's good enough for me. I'll take a quick peek and look at what TTM stands for, I suppose, here for you. I'm guessing it's a study. TTM squeeze indicator. Nope, no idea. Ticker tape. What are you gonna say? Oh, so it's a TD Ameritrade. Looks like. I don't know. I'll say this about any indicator. If it works, use it. I'm not going to go too far down on reading this or here, but it sounds like something to do with call spreads and things like that. So it's more options, and options. Options are lost on me. All I could say, Brian, is that if it works, use it. It's stuff that's a little outside of my knowledge range that has to do with call spreads and options and things like that. So I don't have much of an answer for you on that one. I'll say this, I think as most traders go on, they find the less studies, the better they do. You just start to really look at the price action, because just keep this in mind. Every indicator on this planet is a lagging indicator. There's no quote unquote real time to any of these things. So, moving average, it's a lagging indicator. It's always behind the price action, and that's why price pays, and everything else is everything else. Hymex, solid day here. This is beautiful patterns here on this chart, as for my eyes anyways. And again, this is where data becomes subjective. Someone else might not see what I'm seeing here. That swath and this swath right in here. All right, just beautiful price action to me. Love this chart. I traded it back here. No, I'm lying. I did not trade it back there. I traded it back here. But I did not take enough money here. and I ended up having to cash out on one of these more down days. I made the entry here on this breakout, and I saw this pattern that I liked right there. It got me in somewhere in here, and I had a nice run. We took some profit. We got out back down there though, so working things like that. If you have a leader, an indicating leader, if you have an indicator that is a predictor and not a lagger, by all means, you share it. Happy to hear it. There's if it's not lagging, it's predicting. Those are your two options. So if you have something that predicts, I'd bottle that up and start selling it to people. My 2 cents on that. Can I use swing ideas on the channel bar as swing trades? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you go to channel bar and open up your swing trades on where my channel bar is here. And, going back to that, not all indicators lag. That's not to say that they lag terribly or greatly. But there's nothing's ever going to predict. That it just doesn't exist. There is no crystal ball. But as far as where's the swing ideas? Yeah, I mean, there's a swing ideas channel. You go right in there. I mean, someone, like I said, the one scan I was showing you before, someone else thinks it's great for intraday. Other people think that it is, that they find it those cup and handle patterns like I do more in a daily thing. So again, it comes to data interpretation. How are you looking at it? If you have something real special, Mr. Dev, you throw us an email. Okay, I've been wrong many times in my life. If I was wrong here, this wouldn't be the first time. I've never come across an indicator that predicted. I work with CMTs. They'll tell you the exact same thing I just said. Charter market technicians, and they're not any slouch in the indicator world. I'd say that right now. Mr. Brian Shannon or JC Peretz. Looking at some of those are the bigger names, well-known names in the CMT world. They're gonna exactly what I just said is what they're gonna say. But if you have, DM me on Twitter. Send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Listen, I'm open to any and all possibilities. Like I said, I've been wrong on a great and many things in my life. This wouldn't be the first one if I was. But if the general rule of thumb, as it states, is if it isn't leading, it's lagging. So. But yeah, hit me up, and I'm always happy to see something new. I'm always happy to learn something new. Look at that. We can jump around charts unless some other questions coming in. FUV. This one's down again on the day here, but it comes back to these patterns that I like to look at. Now there's other things to look at in these charts here. We make a base here, cup, handle. All right, that's beautiful. However, you also had this big run up here. Odds are you're going to have people that own this stock here still. And every time this price comes up, they're going to be selling it and distributing it. So supply and demand, there's a whole bunch of supply of this stock at this price. And as the demand comes up to meet it, the supply will come down to meet it as well. And that's what's going to keep this price action fighting and all these levels that are here. You got a lot more screen time than me, Mr. Dev. That's all I'll say. A lot more than that. My background goes to restaurants. I self-taught myself how to do all these things here, and several years ago. And so here I am now working for Trade Ideas. Luckily, so this is one of the issues that I find with going back to FUV here. You're gonna have all that overhead supply meeting all this running up demand here, and at some point, who gets to win? We roll over, we stay flat, we move up. Your prediction good as anybody else's. But I like the chart overall as a pattern, something I'll watch moving forward. What else do we make a price alert for? We're looking at today. Zuo, this one, not a healthy day. I suspect if we zoom out, no exacts here on anything, but if we look here, this was major resistance. We ticked it here. We made a poke through it. We couldn't hold it, and we're coming back down. Now I guess the question becomes, did this resistance here become support today? And we'll know on the close today and close the next few days, and if we can move. And if we go back, still a very interesting chart here, as we are in the middle of a gap that goes back to 2019. So, we've been, this gap is somewhere in here, taking a fill on the gap, taking a fill on the gap, taking a fill on the gap, and, room on that gap. So, nice looking chart overall, long term. Again, we'll see what happens here. So this is, this is what I do when I look at charts. I think it's much easier to look at these charts at night, set up price alerts, put them, curate a list, and then I'm not scrambling for ideas during the day. Things meet price alerts, price action looks good, volume looks good, we make an entry. It doesn't, we don't make an entry. And I thought, well, we looked at A10 already, so yeah, we looked at all these price alerts, so we'll get rid of that. Sorry, answering internal chat here on something with support. The questions are drying up here. There must be something that someone wants to know somewhere at some point in some time. We got just under 20 minutes here before Barry comes and kicks me off the stream, pulls it back from me. Look at the AI, another tough day. We had a good couple week run on the AI and not so great yesterday and today. Are any of these even in the money? Yeah, mildly on the max profit. This one here, I thought I dropped it in, but I'll drop it again. I just call it my evening scan. We can look at the filters. It's super, there's nothing complicated to this whatsoever. So there's that. If I didn't drop it before, there it is again. This is one that I use. It's my main go-to for scanning at night. Sometimes if it's, there's not much there, I might, there's some other stuff I might peruse. But if we right-click, configure, come in here to the Windows specific filters. Let's clean that up a little bit. All right, so I'm looking at stocks in between $4 and $30. Why are there no wealthy day traders? Did you hear me discuss this last night, Brian? Is that why you're asking? I mean, I have an answer for you. Most people don't like it. I didn't like it when I got told it, but there just isn't wealthy day traders because the wealth is in holding. Also, look at all the most wealthy people on the planet and look if they have diversification. Does Bill Gates have diversification? No. Does Jeff Bezos have diversification? No. Does Elon Musk have diversification? No. Does Mark Zuckerberg have diversification? No. So diversify. That's what you want to do. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. Does Bill Ackman have diversification? No. I'll give you one example where diversification did work in a sense, but in the end, not really, is going to be your Warren Buffett and your Charlie Munger. But, their diversification became buy a ton of stocks that were great value, stick them in a giant conglomerate, then sell that conglomerate to people. So did they use diversification? I guess, in a sense, we can call it that. But in the end of the day, no. Berkshire Hathaway is not diversification at the end of the day. Not, we can split hairs and argue it all we want, you know what I mean? But if you think about it at its core, they created a fund, more or less, for lack of a better term, and they sold it to people and have done quite nicely. And then rotate what they believe is going to do well or not going to do well over longer periods of time. So why are there no wealthy day traders? Look at look at all the most wealthy people in the history of this planet. The Rockefellers, was there diversification to get that wealth? Nope. Carnegie, diversification? Nope. Morgan, diversification? Nope. Vanderbilt, diversification? Nope. And did any one of those guys were day traders? Nope, not one of them. Every one of them was buy into what they believed and hold it till death, literally. So that's how that worked. Back to the window here, in between $4 and $30, I'm looking at these stocks. I like position 20-day range, as I mentioned before on the charts. I use it here in scans a lot, 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So I want to see it breaking out of that range. I like to see relative strength on the close. I want to see it close, 75% above the low of the day, closing more close to the high than the low of the day is the idea. There's a relative volume filter of 1 in there. It's not really an important filter to me, to be honest. What's more important is I want to see that it was liquid today, knowing that it'll probably be liquid the next day or two. I think 750,000 minimum on the day works for me. And that's all I'm looking at on that. And that's what produces those ideas for me. And you get some stuff that runs away, like we can look at this right here. Obviously that's not something I'm going to be chasing into the next days. Most of these here I won't be chasing in the next days, but we come back and maybe there's something here that looks good to me. That looks interesting to me. We look at this here, other than, all right, consumer lending, I guess that's all right. I do pay attention to that, but we're breaking here. Do we break this resistance? I don't know. Wouldn't hurt to put it on the chart. Like, if it makes the end of the day cut because it closed high enough, that might get a heart at the end of the day if I decide to update my list. Like I said, I haven't been updating it recently. So that's what I look at, and then we can go back to, a lot of this will be linked to the indices. It's just the way it goes for a lot of stocks, especially when you're swing trading and not day trading. But come back and let's look at this. All throughout here, every pullback is a higher low the whole way, walking the steps right up all the way through here. All higher lows, pushing up higher. So, you're going to have your pullbacks from the market, obviously, but every one of those pullbacks is met with support and a march higher from there. So that's, again, data interpretation, what we're looking at. And then, sorry, Mr. Dev, nothing 100%. IDM, WM. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm sure, as technology moves forward, people are going to get closer to predictive indicators and things like that, or have it much closer to real time and things like that. So now I'm interested. You got my interest. We covered why there's no wealthy day traders. Just new to trade ideas. How do I create an intraday scan before breaking VWAP or moving averages for a breakout? So what I would point you to here is this. Who was that? Piano Man. Let's get rid of that. We're going to come to new. And if we're doing this as an alert window, and this is where things get tricky, we don't do crosses well right now. We're working on it. If it was easy, we just deliver it to you. So, I don't have a reason to give you why it's not easy, because I'm not a developer. I don't work on server tech. I don't work on coding. This isn't just about codes, and it isn't just about servers. It's also pulling that data into servers, crunching it. There's more to it than people realize, why crosses are difficult for us to do. And also why we don't have a ton of competition out there in real-time data is because this stuff is it's not easy. That's all there is to it, to code. But what I'll say to you is this. If you want it to be an alert window, I would suggest selecting a few different alerts. Throw a new high in there, and maybe 5 minute, maybe a new 5 minute high. We're going to check that. New 15-minute high. Oh no, I'm not. I didn't think you were arguing. I knew you were just asking for opinion. That's just my 2 cents on it. And something that someone told me a long time ago, as far as wealthy day traders, they just simply said there are no wealthy day traders. They didn't go into any of it. They just went into how buy and hold is where you find your most wealthy people. I mean, the other most wealthy people on this planet are people that own real estate, because they don't really make any more land other than those islands that they made in Dubai. So aside from that, land, buy it, hold it. It's never going to go down in value over the long term. Back to trying to do this window. So the problem with an alert window and a cross is getting the event to trigger along with the filters that are going to be met. So, I just threw 3 different alerts that are in there. Of course, there's a whole slew of alerts that are here. You can kind of put them in. Alerts will all act independently of each other. Generally, I'm not a fan of putting a ton of alerts in an alert window. Usually 1 or 2 alerts should be it. But if you're hell-bent on creating a cross alert, maybe peruse through these. find some that might make sense to kind of be a trigger for then meeting the filters that you want. So if you want VWAP, we're going to be looking at VWAP 1 is intraday here, as these are all anchored VWAPs, anchored from days. So you're anchored from day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go back. All right. And now we're going to add this as a filter. All right. And then we're going to use the show me function. Let me do that again. Here's the show me function, and so we can find what we want. So we want to see, we're just going to plug some values here. So, are we, 0.5%, so show me stocks where it's above the VWAP, where it's at the VWAP, it's no more lower than 0.5% below the VWAP if we want. All right. We can also, go here. Show me stocks where it's at least 0.5 below the VWAP. And we can throw this here and we can say, show me where it's above, it's at, below. So you can determine on that filter there, Piano Man, where do you want to be looking at it as far as the VWAP? How close do you want it to be to that VWAP using this filter here, okay? And then, from there you start to add any other filters that you want. I don't know if you want to see it had gapped up, or it has a change from close a certain amount, or you want a certain amount of volume in a percent, in a minute, 5 minutes, the list goes on and on. But those are my ideas to get that for that breakout. So you want to try to catch it approaching. My second idea to give you here is do a top list. All right. The main focus, obviously, this is going to be that VWAP filter that we were just looking at. We're going to add it. We're going to give it a value. Well, I just want to do this to clean this up so I can put it as unused. But all right. Again, we want to see it below. So, I don't know, 0.01 and 0.5. So now, 0.5. There we go. So now, we're looking at stocks that are, no more than 0.5% below the VWAP, or they're at the VWAP. So we're looking at stocks that are in between those. So it's approaching VWAP. Which side is it approaching from? We can add, let's say, a change from close filter in here, all right? And we want to say that it's up at least 0.5% on the day. So we know we're already up on the day anyways. If you want to add volume filters, and then just to pull it up, it's going to give us this whole list of stocks here that are going to meet the criteria. All right, and you can narrow it down. This is going to be a lot here because we didn't really narrow it down with filters. And you could then start to set a price alert that gets you interested at the levels that you want, and monitor from a price alert from there, Piano Man. Again, kind of curating the data. So this list is going to give you stuff that's close to what you're looking for. And those are the two ways that I would send you as far as trying to find things that are close to breaking out on a VWAP. But what you're going to want is somehow some alert, some trigger to say, hey, I'm breaking whatever the level you're going to determine is, and how you're going to determine it. And like I said, crosses are tough. It's just a tough one for us on this. So I hope that makes sense. You can always shoot us that email at info@trade-ideas.com, and we can continue to throw ideas at you like that in that sense. So those are my 2 cents in working around for something like that. Does that mean you won't be able to make a daily? Brian, if you've been hanging around the room enough, I mean, I see you're on the YouTube side of things. There's also another side of the YouTube, the broadcast that Barry has from ProTraderRoom.com. It's another free, it's the same room, it's the same broadcast, only I'm not broadcasting there right now. Barry's broadcasting there solo. He took a break, but he'll be broadcasting there solo. He probably comes back at like 12:40, and then 20 minutes later he comes back and takes this stream too. There's 300 people in that room. I'm sure of those 300 people, there are a number of people that are making a living day trading. And Barry makes a living day trading. Barry's not much of a swing trader. If you hang around Twitter a bunch, you're going to find people that are, some legit people that are day traders that are on there. A lot of fake gurus and stuff like that. But, you got your real guys out there too. Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Dev. And like I said, I'm interested. So hit me through Twitter. I want to know. And back to you, Brian. There's plenty of people that make a living day trading. It's hard. That's all there is to it. It's not easy. I thought, I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish all on my own. I think I'm a pretty smart guy. I thought I was going to step on to day trading, and I was like, 6 months, I'm going to have this down, no problem. It took me about 2 years to start to make it, just as a day trader, become even profitable. I'm not talking about profitable that I was quitting my day job, you know. So, I've gotten to the point now with my swing trading, more or less, where I could probably pay my bills through trading on my own, but I wouldn't be saving anything. So, that's it just takes time. That's all there is to it, Brian. There's no shortcuts. There's no magic scan. If you don't have a trading plan, if you don't have something that says these are keys to me getting in a stock, this is how I make my targets, this is how I make my stop, this is how I manage inside the trade, that's a trading plan. If you don't have that, you're gambling, you're not trading. So, my suggestion, kind of how I came up with some of how I trade, is I journaled all my trades, especially for the first year. Wrote them all down. I went back and I started to review every single trade and why it worked, why it failed, and I started to find that, probably 8 or 9 times out of 10, I failed for the exact same reasons on a trade. 8 or 9 times out of 10, I succeeded on a trade for the exact same reasons. And you start to find out what your sins are, a little bit of your personality, and you start to work that into how does that work for your trading plan. I found a lot of times that I let a lot of stuff that I was up in go from positive to negative. So I had to come up with ways that, I didn't, it was hard for me to learn to let winners run. I still have difficulty with it, to be honest with you. So, these are the things that you got to do as a trader. I touch on this every time I do a support session, every time, I did this in the webinar last night. Trading is not a job. If you think it's a job, you have the wrong mentality. Get that mentality out of your head. Trading is a business, all right? You don't go and open a business without a business plan. You don't go and trade without a trading plan. Your trading plan is your business plan. You go to open a business and you need the money from the bank to get, $1 million, $5 million, whatever it is, to open a restaurant, open a retail store, open a flight simulator store, whatever the heck you want to open up. You don't go to the bank and say, hey, I had this great idea. I want to open this business. And they say, oh, great, here's the money. They say, where's the business plan? They want to see your modeling and all that stuff like that. Otherwise, they're telling you to take a hike. Well, you're the bank in this. You're giving yourself the loan to open your business of day trading. And that's how this works. So if you don't have a trading plan, why would you give yourself the money to day trade? You've got, you're opening your own business by day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to do. No business plan, no loan. It's your savings that this is coming from to make your way in this journey. So, this is it, quote unquote, what was told to me at the beginning of this when I didn't have a trading plan and I kept trying to trade without it. They said, Chris, if you want a job, go to McDonald's. They're hiring. You sweep their floors, run their fryers anytime. You want to run a business? Need a business plan. You want to trade? Need a trading plan. And those are the exact words that were told to me. I did not like it. They were a fact. That's how it works in trading. No business plan, no trading plan, no success. You're gonna throwing things against the wall. You're gonna have some success at some point, but that's how you're gonna have more heartache than failure than you're gonna have success without that trading plan. So, and Barry, I'm assuming that's Barry who's listening. Says that you can buy DIDI at IB, so I don't even know what it is. Oh, IPO today. So, yeah, they got shares over there. I don't know about any other brokerage. Not looking at those. In the sim, I don't know. Barry's got it over there, so I'm not sure. I don't even know what they do. I don't have anything profile. Nope, nothing on this thing. DIDI. And we might not have it in the sim. There might not be data for it. not sure. Orders, market DI, rejected. Symbol is invalid. So, yep, we don't have data for it in the simulator. And so whoever, I don't know if it's FactSet or Nexus that we have our data from, they do not have the data for it currently for the sim. That would be why you can't buy it in the sim. Suggestion for options trading. I mean, we have some different options filters. I don't have anything. I don't trade options, but use those filters here. If we again come to alerts and search, and there's going to be your master list of what we do on options for you. However you want to incorporate any of this stuff into a scan. And then if you're looking at this and, just with this or any other filter, two options to see the filter, the definitions, right click and go to help. All right. And that's going to give you a web page with it, or you can just highlight it and click help. So, all right, Barry's coming to take the helm. I'm going to let him start up the stream, and thank you for listening to me ramble, and hope some of this found informative. And I will turn this over to Barry. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. And we'll catch you in support chat or emails or somewhere.
Yeah, Siri, if you can hear me, I don't know why. I don't know why we can't buy it. You're right, in the simulator. I just tried myself. You're right. I have no idea why. Let me see if I can buy CPOP. Oh, CPOP is halted, so... Let me see if I can buy this one. Okay. I mean, I just want to see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why DD. No, I just Inta I think is an IPO. Inta's an IPO. I bought it. See, if you can see my screen, I just bought it. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with DD as such, but that is a possibility, that it hasn't been added to the database yet. I can only speak for DD. But this is another one, XMTR. Let me just take something's going on here though. The drop down does not appear to be working also. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it may be just DD here. I just tried with XMTR, another IPO. I was able to buy it in the simulator. So I don't know. Well, IB though, IB has them. I mean, that's really. I mean, that's. So I mean, if you wanted to trade your account, you could. We were the question was why wasn't he able to do it in the simulator? But it appears it's just the DIDI. The C-pop is, wow. I mean, where are they out of? I'm just asking that rhetorically. I kind of thought so. So this is a China IPO. Okay, guys, this is the crazy one. Darn, I wish I'd known this one. The reason why is that we've seen some of these China IPOs go absolutely crazy the first day when they've got such a low number of shares being issued, 6.2 million, and the price is six. Okay, and we've seen I don't know, maybe a month ago, month and a half ago, we saw two on successive days. I think one, can't remember them anymore, the names of them. I think they were both sort of in the 4 to 5 IPO range, very low number of shares, and they got to like $30, $40 the day of. I mean, no reason for it, just insanity. But this one. I wish I'd known about that one. Well, as I've always said to Siri, I mean, it takes a little bit of work. There's no scan, but it takes a little bit of work, but I don't think it's that big a deal. I have an IPO calendar, which I know I have which I've given the link to many times. And all you have to do is, go to the week of the IPOs. So, for instance, here we are. Here are the IPO. I mean, there's a ton of them this week. Ton of them today. I think there are 10 of them today. And you just put them in the chart. I mean, does it take a little bit of work? But take 10 minutes on a Sunday morning, okay, and take a look at the IPO calendar for the coming week, and just put the symbols in. So, for instance, S is not. I don't think S has been released yet. Let's take a look. I guess it has been released. So tomorrow, for instance, AT. All right. Just put the price alert in. Just create a price alert. Put 1. Okay, so tomorrow, and if you want, when you create the price alert, you could be, even if you want, put a little note in. I can put 19.7. Oops. You back that out. Okay, I'm going to put 1. And then I can put a little note in. 19.7. That tells me how many shares. And then the price. 13.50. And if I wanted to, I could start, if I'm interested in who's involved. This is Bank of America and Citi. Okay, so now I've got my little note here. I just save it. So when it pops up tomorrow, when it starts trading, I can see all that. So you have to do a little bit of work, but I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. Krispy Kreme, of course, is the big one tomorrow. Everybody knows Krispy Kreme. Here's who's behind it. Hola, a deal runner. Okay, have you changed your name? C-pop just opened again. No, it got halted. It hasn't opened. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It just opened again. Yeah, C-pop just opened again. Here's another one, guys. So here's CVRX. Just opened. Not open at 109. So again, I honestly, I mean, I know people want an IPO calendar, but I mean, to me, it's better anyway to look at something like that, and then you can get a feel for who's behind it, where they're out of. But more importantly, like who's behind who is behind the IPO? Where's it out of it? And again, knowing how many shares. I mean, look at the DD. I mean, listen. I don't know where DD is going, but is it dynamic today? No. Why? Look how many shares. 317 million shares at 14. So I mean, you're not going to see this hit 30 today. I mean, I'm not that any goods. I don't think he's expecting that to happen, but this is more of a longer term hold. Obviously, if you believe that this is this, I mean, this is build the China, the Uber of China. Meanwhile, Barnes and Noble on earnings just continues to sink. Uber owns a 10%. Actually, with Didi, if you look at the ownership, I think Uber owns 10%. Apple's involved. I don't remember. There's some big names involved. But yeah, will they ever make money? Who knows? SoftBank, yeah, SoftBank. Didi is, as far as I know, is not in Canada or the United States. Man, I missed this one. This is the one I 1431, now 1470. Maybe now coming into the resistance that I thought right here. OCUL. Well, for fun, I was trying to short Barnes and BNED, and I left my bid in at 675, which is what the bid is right now. I left it in there for about 2 minutes. Wouldn't fill me. Why? Uptick rule. I was just trying to see if I could get it. Well, he's just real now. He dropped the big deals. But yes. So there's the CPOP. Okay, just resumed on the way down. Is it going to surprise anybody if it just starts to catapult down now? So what do we see here for WEI? WEI and 254. So there's the next high looking left on that monthly. And then the next high is 274. It gets through those. I mean, look out. The next highs are right around that 550 level for WEI. Eating her curds and whey. Wow, look at whey now. Whew. Basic new highs at 202, at 943. I mean, it took a while, but no, this is what I normally do. I usually do a clear. I should have done it at 12:30. July 7th. Give me a moment here, guys. Yeah. Okay, I'm just not seeing any new alerts coming across. Here's another. Wow, yeah, talk about IPO. When is Wednesday? Yeah, IPO Wednesday. Don't know if this is a record for a day, but here's another IPO, guys. IAS just opened. Let me just do a quick check to see what that one is all about. $15 million at $18, 15 at 18. So a little bump off that 18 IPO price. Not a horrible number of shares. 15 million. Well, I'm sure glad I did not dabble in this CSLT. I mean that, and again, I think the float had a lot to do with it, but it just would not move. And once it started to move down, I mean, this is actually moving down quite a bit. Shoot, this was shortable too. Okay, well, that C-pop is all over the place now. So it just popped again now. So, and it got halted on the pop. C-pop got halted on the pop. So it did not continue down. Well, Stella, I don't know when I'm getting out. SLS. Probably over 11, that'll get me out. I missed this. That was probably a quick move down to 1027. On my break then, probably a very quick move down. Yeah, could not get the fill for BNED. They would not fill me with the uptick rule. Even though there's a ton of shares available, 2.3 million shares available, just would not fill me. You know what else is bouncing is XELA. XELA financing. Anybody nail down the financing price? It just says at the market, so I don't have a financing price. Very strange reaction too, because I think this was announced already, pre-market, after hours maybe, and it ripped. I mean, it's still up for the day. Yeah, Kev, that was a tough one. I mean, I was saying, I was on break at that time. But that was very, very nasty right here on a 2-minute candle. That was very nasty. Ugh, boy, look at this one. I see, my goodness. I mean, look on the 15-minute chart. No action at all in the pre-market. Market opens, and look at this. And there's the 200-day moving average. Will it stall it? I mean, I can't buy this now. I mean, it's just way too. I'm actually looking to short this. Let's see if that 200-day moving average stalls it at all. If it doesn't, I mean, it's got a shot to get to the 650 level, but you know, William, you might want to keep an eye on this one. A lot of shorts available at IB, so I'm assuming Fidelity will have some. But look at this, straight up on the fives, just little blips on the two. I didn't see this at all. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Back now. Okay, so the question was how to copy an alert window into Excel. So if you wanted all these so if you wanted everything copied, is that what you mean? If you highlight everything like I've just done, first of all, what you can do is this, okay? Okay, so if you right click on the alert window, see where it says save contents and Excel. It's going to default there. Okay, so then just go to your Excel and it should be in there. Okay? All right, this one, Larmer, LRMR, is starting to do something. Larmer Therapeutics. Ooh. Oh, this is shortable too. Look at this one. Look at the volume that's come in. I didn't see this at all in the pre-market. Why? It didn't trade in the pre-market, looks like, at all. Market opens. Now it's doing something. Got slammed back here on this day, big down day. Been doing really nothing. But now look at this. The high, it's like the high right there is about 940. So look at the gap. Look at the potential gap fill now. Now we're chasing it though right now. Be great if it could rest a bit, or maybe this is going to turn into an awesome short. Good volume. It's not a, and it's a fairly low float, 13.9 in the float. You're supposed to be gone now, Kev. Bye-bye. Well, somebody was right about the XLEA, that it looks like it wants to start to keep moving higher. So I guess they did have some news also. It deploys digital mailroom solution for UK, okay, as well as their financing. Any news on S? You're talking about the stock S? Sentinel? You mean in terms of being it's an IPO? I mean that's really the news. It's an IPO. VRPX. Yikes, very low float, yes, and not much volume. I mean, it could always pick up, but there's not much volume either. I mean, the relative volume 1.6, but just not a lot of volume. You know, remember yesterday's big star? I mean, these are one-day wonders sometimes. BSQR, I mean, look at it now. Now, tomorrow could be a completely different day. You know, this could be the day that lots of profit taking. It could resume, but the other one was the BTS. Yeah, so I think the ASTS is no bueno in terms of taking out 15. I'm such an idiot. I didn't realize that WEI was an AI alert. Oh, I know. I don't mind. All right, guys. I am really just going to keep an eye on some of the ones from the option scanner. See if anything happens here. So the GHVI. No, this is one of those SPACs, so I'm not as wild about it, but I'll put an alert around 1644. All of a sudden, we got a big pop for CSLT. Okay, we got CSLT. CSLT. We got a big pop. Like a big pop. Look at the volume that just came in. Now, is it going to mean anything? So it's back up to the price. 258 was the trigger in the option scanner. My trading can be just so crazy. I mean, look at this. You know, it was kind of holding well, 260, drifts down, keeps drifting down, getting bigger on the drift, all the way down to 220, and out of nowhere, boom. 1 million, over a million shares. Yeah, here's the 5-minute chart. Here's the 2. I mean, big volume coming in. I mean, I liked it because it had the room, you know, but it just didn't, it had the room. When I say it had the room, I mean, just look left. I mean, look where it can go, 323 or so. So, oh well, let's just put an alert back up here and see if it takes it out again. That's too big a pullback, in my opinion. Way too big a pullback. I don't see any specific news for CSLT. I mean, I see, you know, upgraded to strong buy. Yeah, Zach's rank #1, strong buy. Unless you consider this the news. I mean, this is at noon. I mean, it's just you know, it's not news, but this is just showing Zach's. Something's happening. I mean, you know, all of a sudden out of nowhere, the volume is just pouring in. All right, let's see how well this holds, or will this turn into a nice short for IC? I don't see. Give me a moment here. Okay, so we've got this mix up again with this max profit. Boy, that XLEA, I did not take it. It really. Let's see what happens at 3. And guys, here's another one. I forgot to mention this one. I mean, here's another one. WEI, entry at 219. I remember talking about this one. I mean, look how tight the stop was at 213. Okay, so it got stopped out almost, I'll bet you almost immediately. 4 minutes, 10:17. Got stopped out at 10:21. You had a chance to re-enter at 216 if you did that. 240 now. Again, that's just on the re-entry. In fact, all 3 of the re-entries would have worked very well today. The re-entry OCUP to re-enter the short at 644, 577 now. For 1445 on the short for ASTS, 1377 now. And already documented 216 on the re-entry, 243 now. So for those of you wanting to use the AI, figuring out how to use it, big argument to be made to just wait for re-entries. Never mind the original alerts, just wait for re-entries. May not get very many in a day. And are they all going to work like the 3 worked today? No. But it might give you a little more confidence that, taking the trade in a bit of a delay mode, maybe the AI was just a little bit early. Look at all these crazy ones from yesterday. The IFBD, the BSQR, and others. Okay, guys, Larimer, I think it's Larimer. Yeah, Larimer. Getting closer to that 10 level. Boy, I mean, what could this do? Look, I mean, look at the void, guys. Look at the gap. Look at all this space up here before we hit the next high. 15, that's $5 away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but for whatever reason, look at the volume that came in. There's the volume on the day that it collapsed, and now we've got very similar volume, and we still have 3 hours left, 2 hours left, 3 hours left. I get it right. It is 2 hours left. It's 1:47 now. Sorry. All right, guys, don't lose sight of POW just in case, okay? It hasn't been easy. It's been chopping around a little bit for the day. Just in case, though, it gets back over 10. It's got really I think that's an all-time high. POWW. So just in case it gets back over 10, and it feels like, it's putting a charge in, get some volume. All these other ones, you see, not tremendous volume. I want to see a big volume bar like that on the way up. Best thing to do with Siri is to go to the help. Where is that called? Well, again, here's one that says bars, okay? All you have to do is just click anything that says bars, click on the help. Okay, and here it will cover it. Okay? Better than I can try to explain it. It's usually all covered pretty well in this. I don't ever use it. Take a look at edit, okay? Right there. There's the cross right there. 50 cent, yeah, no kidding. Right there. No, you want to see stocks that fall hard at the opening. In other words, their opening print. Ronald? Like their opening print. You could just set up a gap filter, and with the gap down, and put a gap down of whatever percent you think is a big drop. Is that what you mean? Is that what... actually, well, Ronald, can you hear me? So we have a gap filter. Okay, so we have a gap filter. Okay, there's our gap. So for instance, so this is the gap. So that's the first print of the day. If you wanted to see stocks that gap down hard right off at the beginning, you would use this and here in the max, and you would put some negative number in. If you wanted to put like -10, that means the stock is gap down 10% right at the open, as an example. Okay, so that's the filter that you could use, and after that, you can put in a price range and a minimum volume and all the other things. But that will, whatever number you put in there, whatever you're comfortable with, that will show you stocks that have gapped down right off the open. Their opening print is way down, if that's what you're looking for. And conversely, obviously, the gap filter on the positive side, ones that have gapped up. Remember, the gap is the first print of the day. But if it's the opening print and he has to wait for the 15-minute Bollinger Band, how's he going to, if he wants that opening print? What does the volume look like? And when you say what does the volume look like, not much. I mean, if that's what you're talking about, the volume in the 5 minutes has been dwindling. Is really nothing startling right now. On the 15, it's been decreasing. So, it's definitely decreasing volume. Do you have two trade ideas? You just have to have a chart and you just look at the volume bars. Look how, the volume is just drying up. Even though overall, of course, 163 million shares, but in relation to the previous candles, volume bars, it's just, getting, there's not as much enthusiasm. Oh, okay. So he's actually looking for a big break down below the 15-minute. Yeah, -150. Okay. So there was another suggestion, Ronald. You can also use the Bollinger Bands on 15 minutes. And the position in the 15-minute, add the filter, and put, say, -150. So you might want, in conjunction with that gap filter, might want to use the Bollinger Band also and put -150 in the max, so it's way below. And we have another halt here, guys. Troika Media Group. So another one of these media. Troika, TRKI, just got halted. So Troika just got halted, and I don't think this was an IPO, so I think this is just a symbol name change. Sort of remember this. This is a couple of months ago. Oh, well, actually 3 months ago now. This was a symbol name change. And let's see what may open. Well, right now we see a 360, 61 open right now. Doesn't, and that would be right to the highs here. You mean like 6 hours and two? You can't. As far as I know, you can't. You're talking about having like 6 hours and 38 minutes ago. All right, I'll give him that. So you can try this. This is from Real in the trading room. This is a scan he put together. Okay, this is for you. Well, anybody, for Ronald. Okay, and he calls it. Thank you for that, Real. All right, guys, I think I booted myself out of the room. So I don't know if you lost the screen sharing or what happened. Yeah, banned. Did that scan give? Okay, of course, the pre-market work I was doing, of course, gave that. But yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, Gordon, I don't have an answer for that. You might have to go to info@trade-ideas.com. I have no answer for that. Sorry. There's no option that I can see that's going to cover something like that. So I think I have this one real. I don't know if I have it. I don't think I have it up and running, but I do have this one. Yeah, and it's not like you to have a top list. Used to be so, not against them, but just weren't really using them. So you freeze it there, I take it. So you freeze it just before the market opens. Meanwhile, alt just continues down here, guys. Wow. And what, I mean, this doesn't have. Next low looking left on the monthly is 765. NEGG. I saw somebody mention that a lot earlier. Wow, new egg. Oh, I remember this. Maybe I don't remember it. New egg. So look at this. Look at the volume that came in today. Straight up, almost. A little pullback there in the 15s. Otherwise, straight up. But I'm sure, Zach shorted it. I remember Newegg. I know the name. I know the name. It doesn't appear that it was that it's based in Canada, but nothing is similar to Best Buy, okay? Please, you have to retract that statement. And I kid, of course. For those who don't know, Best Buy is my favorite store. So, for those who don't know, what is Best Buy doing these days? Alt is sinking, guys. It continues to sink down here. Getting out of the COVID business and concentrating now on liver and obesity. And that was their press release this morning. So it just got devastated. 40% now. That's funny. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Roku is one of them. Wow, wow. I haven't looked at Roku for a while now. Unbelievable. Well, I remember when this was, I do remember when it was 100. Unbelievable. Or underneath 100. I remember when it was 60. I remember when it was here. Or back here. 27. I do remember. I mean, it's not that long ago, 3 years ago. What an incredible run Roku has been on. Yeah, that's what Zach said. Apple TV button on the Roku remote. Yeah. I guess that'll do it. a little rich from my blood in terms of unbelievable though. Because I remember this company being written off for dead several times. Only if it kept going. I guess it didn't. Would have had to keep doing this for the halt. I know Zach can't hear me. So this is an IPO. No, I'm sorry. It's not an IPO today. Sorry. This month. Another one of the wow. Tough to be an education stock after what happened with TAL and EDU and the other China education stocks, but they did launch. Yeah, I think you're right, Grumpy. Like a competing service. Exactly. Okay, so some of these let's take a look at EDU then. Are they all popping? Nope. The other one, TAL, is it popping? Nope. So Wafu, which is the really cheap one, yeah, it's popping. So I don't know if the other one is dragging it along or not. You're welcome. We'll see you tomorrow, Alex. If I'm pronouncing that right, Alex. Yeah, CLEU is another China grant, another China education stock, and it's popping. So it's funny, the what we consider the bigger ones, the TALs and the EDUs, doing nothing. Smaller ones are jumping here. Feju, that's another one, yes. Ambo is another one. I haven't seen this one before, I don't think. This KUKE. There's another one, BEDU. I put the similar tab back up here, guys. I was watching it. I think we may be getting a little bit better. Better meaning that I'm starting to see, companies that do make sense, that they're in competition with each other or in the same sector. Because when I looked at it yesterday, and when I was doing my after hours work, and I was watching, the BSQR, and then I saw the Blin, I saw a lot of them were in there. I thought, they were all in here in the similar. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, from a single stock window, just click on similar and competitors. Okay, you can go price action, but I actually find that the competitors is more relevant. You can go price action though. And so what I did is I duplicated it and I put it here. So I don't have to so I can keep this on detail all the time. So this is in theory showing you similar stocks in the similar sectors. So you guys are loading up on DD. Well, not loading up, but for the long haul. IPO price at 14. Boy, this one is breaking out. Duluth, DLTH. Look at it on the weekly chart. Look at it on the monthly chart. Look at it on the daily had a nice day yesterday, but this is starting to break out. So DLTH. Look left on the monthly chart. You see 24 to 25 is in that area. So it has room there. The weekly chart, I'm sure, will look the same. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. Clothing accessories. Don't see any specific news on it. June 3rd pre-market, so it had earnings already. I don't know if you're kidding or not. I don't know Duluth at all. And I can't remember seeing an ad in a long time. Okay. That's the problem. Well, not problem, but I mean, everything that is on everything I watch, other than sporting events. So unless it's in a sporting event, which I haven't recorded, but everything else is recorded, so I don't see ads. Well, CSLT, it keeps challenging this level here. I mean, the only reason I'm interested is because of the gap here, guys. I mean, there's a ton of room for this to go if it wants to. Okay, I see. We have something in Canada called SACS. Not SAKS, but okay. Gotcha. I think I have seen it. All right, so POW, I mean, it's looking better. It's definitely looking better. Let's see how well it holds over 10. I mean, it's an all-time high. You know, I mean, who knows? Maybe this will have a run like Smith and Wesson did after they had their earnings, SWBI. I mean, who can forget this SWBI? I mean, there that was earnings. Look what it's done since then. Holy smokes! Even a day like today. So will this have something similar? You know, there's its, you know, there's earnings right there. There's today's reaction, all-time high. Is this really an all-time high? This only started trading as POW when? I mean, going back to 2012. I don't know. I mean, it's an all-time high though. I mean, this could be one of those ones, guys, where you make a little commitment to taking a swing trade. I'm not. This is not counseling, financial advice, but I'm sticking an alert around 1021 and see if it does that. I mean, this is one I don't swing trade very often, but I mean, if it can follow SWBI just a little bit. Definitely not in Canada. Not advice, nope. Haha. Yeah, I don't know real. We don't have a short float percent at all for it. Let me just consult another site and see if they've got anything. The answer is no. No, I don't have any short. Just the you know, we have the same 3.6. Well, actually a little bit less, but I don't have a short float percent for that one at all. I'm afraid to look at VTNR. Okay, so yeah, big volume coming in too. Oh, this is didn't they have they had news yesterday? Didn't they sell something? Wasn't it a bit of an asset sale yesterday? Or was that today? I guess it was after hours. It was an asset sale after hours. I've got it right here. What's wrong with me? Yeah, asset sale, $140 million asset sale. Was that the one with the I think you're right because I do remember this happening and this happening and then some absurd price targets being placed. I love that. I love that reel in Interactive Brokers. I love it when they, or well, some Benzinga. There is no reason for this price rise. Wainwright, yes. Absurd. I mean, hey, might happen, but oh God, novice, easy. Yeah, I was looking for maybe a short for ISIC, but not yet anyway. Through the 200-day moving average. I thought maybe that would stall it. Not yet. All right, guys, it's 2:30, so this is typically what I do around 2:30 every day. So first of all, just want to draw your attention, those of you who may not have a subscription to Trade Ideas, and you're in this room pondering whether or not you should take out a subscription. Well, just give me a moment. I have to put the individual links in the YouTube room. All right, so I just put the code in, okay? The happy 4th, 25% off. There's the code. All in capital letters, numeric 4, of course. So when you click on my link, and then when it says get trade ideas, so this is what I would do. I mean, if you guys, and obviously don't use that promo code, use happy 4th. You know, if you're unsure, you can always just start off with a standard subscription, get the 25% off that first month. Remember that discount's only good for the first month. But if you find out that, you know what, I think this is the program for me, then you can always upgrade, say to an annual if that's what you want to do, and we'll honor the 25% as long as you do it within 30 days. I would not start off with, if you don't know the program, I would not start off with an annual subscription. All right, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me why anybody would do that if you don't know the program. You don't know if you're going to like it or not. So just start off with a monthly. I shouldn't say start off with a monthly. You can start off premium monthly, but I mean, just start off with a monthly. And if you do like it, you can always upgrade later. But that's the best way, I think, to try us out right now with that 25%. Never mind that, with that 25% discount. I'm really interested in this POW. If it closes well, guys, I might be the proud owner of a swing trade in POW. I'm long gone, of course, SLS. I said earlier that if it got back into the 11s, I'd be out. But let's see what happened here. So there was the cross on the way up, 11. Got up to 1154. Now it looks like a cross down is starting. No, Grant, no. The room is it's just that there are two rooms. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine, but there's another room. It's just more active, more traders, more interactivity. That's all. And there's a link if you want to. You can come now or you can come tomorrow. I'll be shutting down in about half an hour. What would it look like? To me, well, I mean, as long as it certainly has to close over 10, number one. What were the highs today? You know, I always like to see a stock close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the penny, but for me, come on. There we go. So what were the highs? High was 1037. I mean, I see these highs up here, 1019, 1020. You know, I mean, if it closed in this area without any sort of a pullback now, you know, I think it could have a shot. And you watch how it trades even after hours. But, you know, it's been slowly inching its way up. And again, guys, today is the day that I help out in the Q&A webinar with Dan and Brad. If you want to, you can always head over there. I should have gone a little bit more. My homepage. There's CSLT now. Interesting. So from my homepage, again, we went over how to take a subscription. Also get to trade of the week. Last week's so pretty good. POW, P-O-W-W. It's a couple of dollars above. The trigger, was 801. So, it's over $10 now. So that's a couple of dollars. Stock of the day video. So these are all free. All my scans right here, including my layout right here. All the education right here. Including, there's the 20 lessons. And this is what I was going to say, the daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all right here. And again, this is the Q&A with Dan and Brad. That's the one that I help out on. So I know I gloss over this really quickly. The reason I do it, save my link. Okay? Then you can take a look at it all anytime you want to. There is not one KR. This is in test phase only. So no, I don't have a link for that. Right now, all we're doing is, you know, on the chart, so you can put the 80 MA and the 20 SMA. So if you happen to see, if you load a chart and you happen to see one, you know, that's all that is. But if you're talking about the scan itself, it is not available yet, and I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. I should rephrase that. I'd love to be able to tell you when it's going to be ready. I just don't know. HUSA, H-U-S-A. Another low float, 9 million in the float. Ah, real. If we could only turn back time about 5 years ago, when you wouldn't even, I don't even know if it's 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Time is flying. You wouldn't be caught dead looking at a stock like this. I don't know if that is a. I don't know if that's an option for you guys yet. I know it's an option here, but I'm in a development mode. So, but all you have to do, Mercado, is just don't close it at the end of the day, okay, and then it'll carry over tomorrow. I got the sickness. I mean, when you have an order in the are you talking about in your simulation account, or are you talking about in your real account? I mean, if you don't close it out, then it's just going to carry over as a swing trade. Yeah, so if you don't close it out at the end of the day, it'll just carry forward. So, you know, even though I've got this designation here, I don't think you guys have this yet. Sort of KR. What we're really looking at is, if you know, you happen to load a chart, and I've got the 80 MA and the 20 SMA on my charts. So, you know, I can see visually where a cross may have occurred. Okay, it's not an alert though. It's not. I'm not looking at the chart because I had an alert like that. It's just one of those things that, you know, you load a chart and you just see it. Happen to see one. It's not an alert yet. I have a. We're experimenting with like an alert window that will do that though. Show the actual real-time alert. Big rug pull, yeah. Not shortable for me. I was looking at that earlier. Not shortable. Yikes, 17's nice, Zach. All right, hang on, guys. Maybe Alt is going to take a big plunge here. Let's see. After the little pull up there, let's see if it continues down here. Boy, I was wrong about the IC. Well, IC is, I mean, it's over the 200-day now. Not much, not by much. Remember, it's an area. But there it is, the 200-day, 626. I mean, this has some room. Not much, though. Again, I'm just looking here, 658. 658, 660 in this area here in the daily chart. May easily stall there. But it's been strong. I mean, I was looking to short this. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm internal discussion taking place. So, questions, guys. Questions. Coming into the last 15 minutes. Now, why do I have XELB? Ah, that's why. Well, there's the high right there, guys. High is right there, and if I mean, look at the high. Next high, looking left on the weekly chart is two. Sorry, two. 415. Keep an eye on XELB. It's a low float situation. It's not trading abnormally, really. It's just about only one over. Like it's basically trading normal. 1.04. That didn't make sense when I said one over. So it's basically trading normally. But look at this. I mean, look at the room it's got. Well, that's my opinion. D888. That's my opinion of what a low float is. Others may have a different idea. The reason I say that is that if you know, and I always kind of use this as an example. If a person is used to trading Facebook, okay, and you know Microsoft, all these ones with billions in the float, they would look at it. They would look at 100 million as being low float. Okay, so it all depends what you're used to. But for me, my mind, I'd say anything under 20 million is low float. Most of the things that really move are probably less than 10 million, even 5 million. It's the only way they can move, 100, 200, 300% in a day. Yeah, remember KR, those are not EMAs though, right? Those alerts you're talking about, those crosses, they're not EMAs. They're all SMAs. Yeah, POW is ticking me off. So again, I'm not racing. I don't have to swing this, of course. It's just intriguing to me because of what happened with Smith and Wesson. But it's still kind of chopping around. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait. See if it gets out to about 10:20, and see how it. Might even wait to see how it trades after hours. It's going to be a lot of good enough volume. If you just loaded it now, it takes time. I can't tell you. I don't use them anymore. But I mean, it takes time for anything to show up. So what is the market doing? So the market is, let's see, red bar ignored. Yeah, so right now, I mean, the market is flat. So a red bar ignored would mean, market's moving higher, red bar. But I'll load them both. But just because you don't see them right now, if you just load it, it doesn't mean they're not working. I'll just have to give it some time. Benzinga Squawk copied me? What do you mean by that? I don't think he's. So yeah, so there's one right here. Okay, so they are working, but he doesn't use these. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you can see why. You can see there's a little green bar there. So there's your downtrend, your little green bar engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle red, moving down below. So if he sees it, yeah. I don't think he doesn't have a scan for it, but it's like the crosses. If you see it, you go, ah, look at this, red bar ignored, green bar ignored. All right, so you guys have been talking about MOXC. Let's take a look at it and see what it's doing. And yes, so kind of resurrecting itself. This was one of those Reddit stocks. Got up here, it'll pull back, low float. All right, guys, getting close to the end. Again, any questions? I mean, guys, my day was really done with, in the pre-market, and then all day watching that SLS. Really didn't have to do anything more. Definitely a spotty day for the option. They can't all be winners every single day. That's some, but nothing spectacular. Hey, it broke. Yeah, it was a miserable 3 days, guys. I'm not telling you, that was miserable. But it feels like paradise today now. So again, I was always worried about our pets more than myself. But anyway, thanks. Yeah. I'm still kind of holding out for a further collapse. I may be wrong for the alt. I may be wrong, but I know it's kind of just meandering around here. Though I do see that the 8 EMA is kind of curling up and the 20 SMA is curling down, not, or moving down. So that could signify a cross is going to happen. There's a bit of a cross right there, but it's so flat that it's hard to really tell. But you're right, it might pop up. Be interesting to see this one tomorrow. I mean, it's down 38%. Traded half the float. Surprised it didn't trade the float. All right, guys. I think I'll shut down now. A couple of minutes early. Today's my long day because I help out at the on the webinar at 5 o'clock. So I think I'll shut down right now. Still have a ton to do, all the scanning, etc. So thank you for all the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.